We're the only two?
According to the participants list, we are.
Yeah. I'm not really a member, but I keep getting your emails, and once in a while I chime in, and the subject sounded interesting. Since I go back to the 60s and acoustic research,
Yep.
and nobody talks about acoustic suspension anymore, except when they don't see a port and think it's acoustic suspension, and it usually isn't.
Is there a distinction between a sealed box and acoustic suspension?
Very much. Acoustic suspension is in a mathematical sense, a proper subset
Okay.
of a closed box. And it occurs when the suspension of the driver is so soft that the air inside the box becomes a significant restorative force on the driver.
Okay. So I take it there are loudspeakers in which the suspension is stiffer than that.
Many of them. The old Bolzecs were closed boxes.
Okay. So would those be considered overdamped or?
No, not necessarily. Because
Right.
it's still a combination of electrical and mechanical, so it's the total,
Restorative force.
it's the total Q of the driver and the box size and the resonance that determines the overall resonance and the Q
Mm-hmm.
of the system.
I've always heard references to something called Hoffman's iron law.
Yes. And that I think it also applies to ported boxes, but it definitely applies to closed boxes, which is you can make the suspension very soft and put it in a big box, and you can get the resonance very low, but the efficiency goes away.
Mm-hmm.
You mess with two of them, you're stuck with the third of the
Yeah.
efficiency, box size, and resonance point.
Yeah.
By the way, I know a little. I know often enough to stick my foot in my mouth. This is one subject I know. I think I know a little about correctly.
Okay. Good
And
for you.
yeah, and often write letters to magazines because I read reviewers that think that any closed box is acoustic suspension. But that's because at one time it dominated the market. At one time, into the 60s, it was 2/3 of the market. And then Teal Small came around, which meant you could get more efficiency, and the bass is a little boomier, so people like it a little better. Although I shouldn't say that, you can make a boomy closed box too. But ultimately, a closed box properly done has tighter bass than a ported box. Even though you can do very well, you can't do quite as well. Of which I think the best are the Rockports, because he does a very interesting port design that he claims is proprietary, and it might be.
Yeah. Well, I live in New York now, but I used to live in Boston. I went to college there and was a founding member of the BAS.
Oh, that's.
But I haven't attended lately. Pardon?
I'm actually a member of the New Jersey and Philadelphia clubs.
Okay.
I live in Highland Park, New Jersey, which is it's near New Brunswick.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you probably better where it is. And actually in Philadelphia, I used to hang with Gordon Holt until he moved to Texas. And then we remained telephone friends for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then to Boulder, Colorado. And I miss him. He was a really, really good guy.
I'm sorry, but if you mentioned the name of the person you were just speaking of, I didn't catch it, and it may.
Oh, Gordon Holt.
Oh, good heavens! Sure.
Yeah, I was really lucky to meet him one day
So
when Bud Frieden, if you know that name, invited me to dinner.
no.
IMF speakers
Okay.
and Fried speakers, and I was invited to dinner, and it was Gordon Holt, David Hafler, and a gentleman from England named Percy Wilson, who was head of the technical part of gramophone for decades and a great horn designer. So it was sort of the best evening of my audio life.
So I used to subscribe to Stereophile when Holt was the editor and the principal writer. And I always appreciated his perspective, uh, uh, both because he was reasonable and because his viewpoint on audio reproduction was based on his experience as somebody who made live recordings.
Many. I
Yeah.
have one. And what's really nice about it is it's a Carmina Burana with no compression. And I think compression is what kills audio. I don't mind a little bit off in frequency response that much, but you compress it, and it sounds to me like what I like calling a wideband radio. A radio with a lot of bass and treble, but so what? And we have another person. Hello.
Hello, other person. We don't see you, but you're there.
Yes. Oh, okay. He disappeared.
We see a space where you're. Aha.
That's even.
Hey.
There we go.
That's great.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
Where are you? Sort of.
I thought I was logging into a BAS meeting with Andy. Oh, this is the right place?
Yes.
Yep. It's just a little early because I think his segment of the program is at 2.
Oh, okay.
And before that is more just a general BAS chat.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay, thanks.
Usually. It's been a long time since I've gotten on, but yes, usually there's a lot of gabbing go on.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Which in some ways is the most fun. I mean, I belong to 2 audio clubs that do have meetings, and the big part of the meetings is eating and gabbing.
Yeah.
And making too much noise while other people are listening.
Right. Easier with only 3 people. I attended yesterday. I attended a performance at Boarding House Park in Lowell, Massachusetts. It's an outdoor venue that's run by the Parks Department. And I'm amazed at how, and they have 20 different performers, groups going on, of about 45 minutes each. And the sound engineers are just wonderful. It's pretty amazing. You could hear everybody clearly. You don't expect that anywhere.
Well, a good concert hall. I mean, I was fascinated. I just bought a 69 recording of the Mahler 8 that was done at Albert Hall with 6,000 people and just 2 microphones. And it's amazing how clear the individual instruments and singers were. Yeah. And spatial characteristics were magnificent, of course, because the recording engineers didn't play with 88 channels.
Right.
I think our guest speaker is here, but
That was he.
No. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so
Hello, he.
you're off mute now. You can say hi. You're off mute. Hi.
Hello.
hello.
Your sound is good.
uh, why don't we mute you?
That helps a little. I always have trouble. Well, that's better. By the way, in the background is ancient audio magazines, folk music magazines, and some old comic books that might be worth money if I looked at them.
Put it on your.
The way that I have an apartment in Brooklyn that costs more than it should. And I have 3 rented storage rooms full of things that I probably should cut down on since I'm 75 years old now and
Oh, you're
presumably won't live forever.
a young man.
Yeah. Well,
You just can't get rid of them.
I can to some extent. I have a number of scanners. I scan things that are valuable and things that are not worth scanning. I should force myself to let go of them, because if they're not worth the effort to scan them, then why keep them?
When I tried to downsize my magazine collection, I like you, I went through, quickly scanned through them and thought, well, I might want this article, so I'd either tear that out or copy before copies. I'd tear them out and put them in a file and never looked at them. So if it's that old, just toss it.
Yeah.
You're right, but I have the feeling if I throw something, I won't care until I throw it away.
Right. That's the big fear.
And I have stuff like the first issue, well, copies of the first issue of Stereophile and the first issue of Absolute Sound, where Harry tested double advents, which he thought were wonderful, and he was wrong. But I never told him that. I wouldn't have had the guts to tell him that.
I study the history of audio, and particularly the history of Central European audio. So a lot of the stuff that I unfortunately have is in German. And to the extent that it's rare, I am trying to scan it all and upload it to archive.org, because I have this for my own little research projects, and it was frustratingly hard to get. So I would like to help other people who are doing similar research.
I think that on the internet, all of the old audio magazines are on the internet. And I think High Fidelity and Stereo Review and a bunch of other non-hi-fi electronic magazines too.
Many are, some are not. A lot of those collections are missing issues. If your collection overlaps them, and maybe if you could fill in some of the missing stuff, you'd be doing somebody a favor, I'm pretty sure, sooner or later.
Except I'm totally incompetent on computers. I'm almost lucky I was able to hook into this.
Hey guys, let me pause the conversation for a second. Hi, everyone. Andy, I know you've logged in. I can see your boxes there, but I don't see video, and it looks like you're muted. Yeah, so
He tested audio and it was good.
Oh, okay. I'm glad. I just wanted to do a technical
Hi.
check, make sure everything was good.
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yeah,
Very
loud.
nicely.
Really quickly, we wanted to test
This-
sharing. Sorry,
This is my son.
Hello.
Xander.
nice to
Hey.
meet you.
Okay, so you have IT support.
Yes. Very
Okay.
quickly, let me test sharing. Yeah,
Go for
we're
it.
gonna have to quit and come back, which is fine. Can you just put your
Sharing is enabled.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna quit and reopen. Give us a second
Okay.
here.
Oh, we'll stand by. All right. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
No problem.
These are precious
Only gabbing now
moments.
anyways.
You know, it never fails. No matter what you do, there's always some nook and cranny of Zoom that turns out to be the critical thing for the meeting and nobody knows how to work it.
The sharing in Zoom is screen sharing is does not, it's not obvious how to use it.
It can,
the
yeah.
first time.
And I'm always worried that the settings I've got aren't going to work. All right. So you're back, Andy.
Yeah.
And will you be sharing slides or
Yeah.
pictures and things like that during
Yeah.
the talk? Okay, good.
Well,
Let us just test sharing one more time.
I would like to add, during COVID, the New Jersey,
Yay,
Good.
We can see
Yep.
it. Yeah.
because life.
Okay.
the
Okay.
New
I'm
Jersey
gonna-
Club,
Nice to meet you all. I'm gonna go.
So when I'm on the
Thank you.
share, I just go to.
You go to the
pictures,
bottom. No, you go to share
share.
and then click photos.
the New Jersey Club did Zoom meetings across the ocean. We had Ken
All
Kessler,
right.
we had the
Thank you.
PNC designer. Just a thought.
So somebody was talking about archives, and you can get all of audio, high fidelity, and stereo review online.
Yeah.
All of the issues. Which is where I got some of the stuff I'm going to show.
Audio.
Old reviews.
I really miss Audio Magazine.
Yeah.
I like going to the
Great
public
speaker
library
reviews.
and reading those things. It was
Don Keel.
fun thing to do in high school because going to a magazine store was a big effort. And
You go to Barnes and Noble now?
Pardon me?
Do you go to Barnes and Noble to read magazines?
Oh, this when I was in high school, Barnes and Noble wasn't a phenomenon yet.
Well, I'm talking about now.
Yeah, now, that's a good point. I've not done that in years. I used to be one of those people. I was terrible. I was one of those people who got barked at by the guy in Harvard Square, where they had the out of town news. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, David's right, shaking his head. Yes. So that place, they had every magazine and newspaper from around the world. It was spectacular, but it was a spoken rule. You weren't supposed to be reading them unless you're going to buy it. And people, of course, would peruse, and I was among the worst of them. So I would catch up on all my audio.
It's far from as good now. A lot of the magazines have disappeared. Many of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Well,
people don't read magazines anymore.
yeah, it's
That's cool.
well, I mean, what's replaced it is not all bad, but it's it's a shame because a lot of big effort went into those things, and they were we're living
Kids do a lot of different things than we did.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear some scuttlebutt about the absolute sound. I actually just moved. We downsized, and I had to get rid of my old magazine collections, which included, I don't know, 40 or 50 Byte magazines from the golden days, and also lots of absolute sounds from the late 70s and early 80s. And but it was time. It was time.
Yeah.
I will cover an interesting anecdote about absolute sound during the meeting, if I
Okay.
don't forget it.
There must be many.
Pardon?
There must be many of those.
How could there not be?
Hi, Tom.
If you fail to mention it, we'll ask you during the question period.
Okay, good. So what do we got? 10 minutes.
Well, I did write a letter to Absolute Sound where I wrote that I hate their reviews of shows when they criticize products on a 10-minute listen in a room where they don't know what the setup is properly, the problems in the setup, especially when it's a small company
Yeah,
They could be really hurt by that.
yeah,
They won't print the letter, of course.
yeah. Show conditions are
No,
the
they like to hurt companies no matter the size. They thought that was their mandate.
That's terrible.
Alan, you gonna be at the meeting next Sunday?
I'm planning.
Okay, great. We'll see you then.
I might even be a little bit closer to trying to build a loudspeaker. There's a guy in the New Jersey club who has time now who doesn't know what he's doing, and we're going to talk.
Good, good.
Oh, you want to build a loudspeaker?
Always wanted. I had a friend who designed mine, but he's long gone, unfortunately, and it's now 25 years old. I can functionally conceptualize it. I can't do the details. You know.
Well, I've been retired since '05 and I'm starting to get the itch again.
That's
But
dangerous.
Too late. It's too late. It's too hard to start a company. It really is.
Oh, you meant the itch to start a company rather than
No, to design a speaker again.
might be fun to design what you think would be a great loudspeaker now.
Yeah. Interesting you say now, as if things have really.
Details have improved.
Pardon?
Details have improved.
Yeah, maybe.
Materials have improved a lot.
Right. But concepts are basically the same.
You know, I'd rather ask Andy this rather than tell him.
No, that's all right. In for example, what materials have improved?
Well, for example, the speakers that are behind me, the 8 speakers, I'm using the SB Acoustics Satori Beryllium tweeters. And for a dome tweeter, Beryllium has a masterful group of characteristics that work very well in a tweeter. So I've had all kinds of tweeters. I've had T1 ribbons from Sequare. I've had Bollinger Grabner planers. I've had Janssen electrostats. I've had basically every kind of tweeter you can imagine. And these new Satori Beryllium tweeters are really quite good.
And they're probably going to disappear because of cost.
I have a spare pair.
I mean, that you start seeing carbon fiber versions of it being brought out because it's so much cheaper than beryllium. I gather beryllium has gone up like about 5-10 times in the last year or two.
It's very expensive and very difficult to work with. I've
Poisonous,
seen
isn't it?
yeah. Well, when you're manufacturing it, the powder, but once it's been
Right.
centered into the dome, it's okay. Just don't grind it up when you're through with the tweeter.
I think I saw that a dome can cost us, the manufacturer now, just the dome, $100.
Well,
Well, that was always the thing with beryllium, is you can't use a pure beryllium material because of its poisonous, because it is poisonous, because beryllium was around when I was still in the business.
Yeah, I have Yamaha speakers, and I remember, I forgot which one it was, but they talked about a beryllium mid-range cone that was sprayed on. So that had to be in a sealed area.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like the Japanese were coating, all kinds of materials on tweeters to make them look more expensive, but they had virtually there was so little of the material on in the coating that it didn't increase the mass and it didn't have any effect on the performance. And I think,
well,
I can't really speak to the beryllium powder because, again, I have absolutely no experience with it.
the tweeters that SB Acoustics is making that are beryllium It's not a coating. It is the metal beryllium, and as you say, very toxic and very difficult to work with. But once you get to tweeter, it is blown away. I mentioned Alan when he was over the house. The only tweeter I ever heard that had the same kind of characteristics as this beryllium from SB Acoustics was the Hill Plasmatronic, which the one day a month that it worked, it was phenomenal, but it was just totally impractical, driver. But it was really very good. But the SB Acoustics is close to that and it works. And you don't have big helium tanks in the house.
And what characteristics do you find? Is it that it has better dispersion?
No, I think, in fact, I just finished another article for Audio Express. It'll be out in the November issue. But I'm talking about something to me that's very important in the speaker, and I use the term texture. And what I mean by that in the sound is that you can get a lot of detail without it being harsh. You can always boost the treble up and get detail, but it becomes incredibly harsh. And I have nothing to base it on other than the feeling because I haven't done any measurements on it, but it seems to me that the speed of sound in beryllium means that whatever force you put on the base of the dome travels through the dome very quickly, so you're not likely to get deformation of the dome. The Young's modulus is good. All the other characteristics are good, but what it results in terms of the sound is that there is a sense of texture. For example, if you have a bunch of brass instruments, the individual harmonics separate very well in a group of brass instruments. You can have a large chorus and you can hear distinct differences in the voices of all the members of the chorus. So there seems to be less stored energy, less time smearing. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I'm not a physicist. But the audible result is that you get a sense of being able to listen into what the performer is doing much better without a bunch of harshness. In fact, the better the system gets, the more detail I get and the sense of harshness goes down. So I think a lot of what you're hearing in a whole system, I don't know where it's coming from, but in a whole system, what you're getting is this detail that's in the original recording is somehow getting either homogenized or time dispersed or whatever, and it sounds harsh. And a good example of that is recently I was playing an old recording from the group War, Why Can't We Be Friends? Back in the 70s, they were a funk group, and I had listened to this a million times, and I liked the music, and it was always kind of harsh. Now, with those new tweeters and with my new DSP unit, I'm getting more detail of where the performers are on the sound stage, and less harshness. So that's the only way I can explain it.
But Tom, this has got to be measurable.
It probably is, David. I'm sure. I don't have the capacity to do that. That's what I'm saying. There may be ways to do that. I can only tell you what I'm hearing, and I certainly do not have the equipment to do it, nor the knowledge of how to do it.
But if you're going to write about it, you got to do something more than talk about texture, right?
Well, you'll see the article when it comes out, and I start off the article saying this is not a typical review article. This is not about measurements. It's about 30 years worth of listening to a lot of different speakers. What I'm hearing, I can't back it up by measurements. I can't back it up by double blind testing. I'm just telling you what I hear. Take it or leave it.
Well, I in my experience, harshness comes from frequency balance.
Yep.
The only exception to that statement is that I never liked the sound of titanium tweeters because of the way that they break up, and usually because they're so stiff, they can't be used down to a very reasonable frequency either. But if you change frequency balance, you can make a speaker harsh or not harsh.
And I
And I
one other
stand by
thing,
that statement, and it's something that Mike Chamness and I work together on. That's an example. Anyway,
can I ask,
everybody's entitled to their own opinion, I guess.
Hey, guys,
No.
we have reached the top of the hour, so let's kick off the meeting. And we can then record these discussions as part of our open forum, which of course is how we begin. But I'll start by welcoming all members and guests, and in particular, our featured speaker, Andy Kotsatos. Thank you very much for joining us today, Andy. It's great to have you. And yeah, so I'm very excited about this session. And as usual, we'll start off with 20-25 minutes of open forum to share questions and comments amongst ourselves, and then we'll switch over to Andy's session, which David will be MC for that.
can
Okay.
I add another form of brightness that a friend of mine told me once? If you remember the old focal tweeters that everybody thought were bright, he once built a speaker and he said the problem wasn't the focal, it was the crossover was ringing on the tweeter. And I have a feeling that some crossovers that aren't well designed in the crossover region do ring when you hit that frequency.
You don't want a crossover that rings. As
No,
Velcher always said, you never want a speaker that hums.
and you want a crossover that has a really nice cue too, so it controls the overhang, which people rarely talk about.
David, I just want to mention one thing. I am definitely not against measurements. I've done measurements all my life. I've done a lot of double blind. In fact, I have my own QSC ABX box. I actually built a remote for Alvin for his ABX box. But there's certain things that, over the years that I have not been able to pin down what I'm hearing and to how it measures. And I remember working in an engineering lab one time, there was a big sign across the wall, and it said, "One of the great tragedies of modern science is that every day beautiful theory is shattered by ugly old reality." And I always start with measurements. If you don't start with measurements, you're wandering in the desert. But I can tell you, I have never built a speaker solely on the measurements that sounded right to me. Without the measurements, you're dead to start with. But
You measure
have to
radiation pattern?
Yeah, measure the radiation pattern. In fact, I'm very, very concerned about radiation pattern, especially through the crossover region. My current speakers that are behind me, those egg speakers, they are omni from the lowest base up to about 11K. So through the crossover region at 200 and 2K, exactly the same radiation pattern. Plus, you can see there's lots of room treatments. That's all been written up in Audio Express, by the way.
Yeah, well, directivity matching is the name of the game, so.
It's incredibly important.
Let's get on with open forum. Is Hadaway here or Ken?
Yes, I am here, and open forum has officially begun. So our first comments had to do with the conversation that preceded it, which is fine with me, but we'll go ahead and open the forum for comments or questions for everyone.
I'll announce for those who don't know that Mark Davis of DBX and Dolby engineering career died at the end of April. And the AES Journal is no more in print. It is only an online publication. And a long obit of Mark that I wrote with his family and Dolby and DBX colleagues is in the current online AES Journal issue, and it draws very heavily on to mention other BAS people, draws very heavily on long, brilliant interviews that David Renata did with Mark in The Audio Critic. And there's some nice anecdotes from DBX and Dolby types. And Tom Holman, who worked for a long time with Andy, contributed a nice sidebar and some anecdotes and some technical substantiation to me. So this obit will appear at some point in the BAS speaker, but for now, I encourage you to search it out online in the AES Journal, which, as I say, has stopped print publication. Mark is also important to all of us, although it may be that only Andy and I really go back far enough, because in the first, and Alvin, sorry. In the first years of the Boston Audio Society, back when we had 310 people at a meeting, half of whom were working engineers in other companies, and not in audio. Mark did in 72 through 70, I don't know, 6 or so, regular lecture demonstrations. He would bring in gear from MIT, third octave equalizers and scopes, and give long explications and demonstrations of what we can and can't hear. A lot of it had to do back then with intense interest in not so much texture as group delay and phase shift and timing, quote unquote, timing issues. And Andy memorably said in an early issue, 73, 4, 5, that they were the best lec dems he'd ever seen, and he wanted his sales staff to see them. Salesmen often talk bunk, but it does help them to see things that can and can't be heard, and how easy it is to demonstrate. A lot of this was single blind. I mean, Mark would just make one change, and the audience would see that there was no audible difference, or if it was, there was it was largely imaginary. Anyway, he died. He was 70. He's my generation, 78, I guess. I worked with him for 8 or 9 years at DBX, and he and I took a couple road trips together. We went to visit Edgar Velcher one weekend, and that interview appeared in a recent BAS speaker. And Mark and I also went to bribe a columnist for a magazine, and took a day trip down to Long Island. And it wasn't a reviewer, it was just someone who the head of marketing at DBX thought would be a good idea to pay a $200 consulting fee to, or something. So I got to know Mark pretty well, and he was a fascinating and interesting and brilliant guy. He'd done work for Allison before DBX. He'd done work on his own with ambience recovery systems. He was a good friend of Andy's and the rest of the suspects in the early BAS. And he was the reason I went to DBX, because I did not know he was there doing speaker work. His protege at DBX was Michael Chamness, who worked with Andy for many years, and also went from Boston Acoustics to Sonos, and he's just retired from Sonos, but he did some wonderful work at Sonos as well as at BA. Anyway, Mark has a widow and daughters and granddaughters, and in his later years was an enormous fan of K-pop, Korean pop music, if you can believe it. So he and I would email late at night about the latest K-pop news, which I knew nothing about and could hardly bring myself to care about. But he did a lot of speaker voicing himself at DBX, listening to Olivia Newton-John. So he was a man of eclectic pop tastes. I can see Andy smiling. right
Well, we
now.
all had
We
a-
at midnight sometimes when I would leave DBX working late on a manual or something, I would hear from his lab. He and Chamness were listening to Let's Get Physical over and over and over again while a speaker was on an industrial turntable and he was looking at radiation pattern. So anyway, so that's the obituary news of early BAS days. Mark really was immensely influential in getting the society kind of, he was never an officer and he didn't do much writing for it or for the Boston Phoenix, where I tried to get him to write stuff. But he was influential because he had such credibility. For those who don't know, he was getting his doctorate at MIT in electrical engineering / psychoacoustics. So he was the real deal in terms of academic cred as well. And after DBX won the US Stereo TV Award over CBS Labs and Dolby, Dolby decided they would make him an offer. He had just bought a house in Brockton, and but Dolby made him an offer, and he and his wife sold the house and immediately went straight away to Dolby, where he worked for, well, I don't know, he just retired from there maybe 10 or 15 years ago. So he had a long, long career there doing psychoacoustic masking work and bit reduction schemes, and also helping them with software manufacturing. He was quite a hardcore Devo and loved to do nothing other than write code, except when he was listening to or designing loudspeakers. But he wrote an awful lot of code everywhere he went. So that's that part of open forum about Mark. I can answer questions quickly about him, but then we can move on to other things.
It's a great obit, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it came out okay, and I had a ton of help with it, but he was good. He was a pretty serious stoner most of his life. Those who knew him well knew that part. And also, one of his charming things was that whenever he got a little bit excited or agitated, he would fiddle with his ears. His ears, of course, were very sacred to him, and he wore he was the first of any of us, I think, to wear earplugs all the time. Not in the middle of an engineering meeting or something, but anyway, all the DBX engineers, a lot of whom were working musicians, including Chamness, took to wearing earplugs whenever they were exposed to loud noises. So Mark was kind of the start of that, but he did fiddle with his ears a lot. And the only other thing I can remember, I once introduced him at BBN to an AES section meeting, and completely improvising, I said that he was a leading psychoacoustician, and then I paused and said, "That's one word." And Mark thought that was his favorite piece of autobiography. He was also a two-word psychoacoustician.
Was leading psychoacoustician one word?
Psychoacoustician, one word, as opposed to making a joke, Richard, on psycho space acoustician.
Psycho space. Okay.
Richard, how are you?
I'm walking.
All right.
I'm glad to be alive.
And I see Michael there.
Okay. So
I didn't
moving
recognize. Hi,
forward-
Andy.
Go ahead, Richard.
Oh, I'm just standing here, going nowhere.
Okay.
I'm listening and enjoying and love hearing everybody, seeing everybody. Imagine our world as even if Trump weren't around, our world would be in decline, because many of us grew up certainly before television. So we had a world of hearing that was before television, let alone before smartphones. I mean, I learned to listen to music from listening to the Lone Ranger. If you ever have a chance to download some Lone Ranger radio shows, all the scenes are interconnected by classical music excerpts. And I learned, and Verdi Requiem, Wagner, Comedy von Weber, all kinds of people, Rossini. They taught how to listen to classical music by virtue of the emotional connection that the classical music interludes did between the scenes of the drama. And that got translated directly into listening to a Mahler Fifth Symphony, which is just a big radio show.
So Richard,
Spoken like a shrink.
your remark reminds me when I was a kid, it was this test to see whether you were sophisticated about classical music. If you heard Rossini's overture, did you think of the Lone Ranger or did you just think it was Rossini? And of course, the right answer was to think about Rossini. But now I think if you were to ask kids what they thought of when they heard that come on the radio, they wouldn't know about the Lone Ranger.
Well, they wouldn't
No.
know about the radio.
Well, that's why podcasts are so interesting, because they're essentially radio. And a lot of YouTube videos, are just just audio with pictures, which is
Well, I'm talking about WCRB, and
yeah. Well,
yeah, not a day or two goes past without the Lone Ranger song coming on.
really, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, well, it's always a surprise. It comes out of the mists, and then
Rossini is among the most durable. If next time you see the Beatles' Help, the opening credits and the ending credits are from the Thieving Magpie
Oh yeah.
overture, and I think there's another one as well. Beethoven was very jealous of Rossini. He couldn't quite understand why he was so hugely popular, although Rossini was this incredibly gifted orchestrator as well. I am trying to imagine Jay Silverheels and Verdi, but
I don't know that Jay Silverheels was on the radio.
oh, this was got it.
The television didn't do that. Radio.
Yes.
The problem with television was, why was the Lone Ranger wearing a mask if nobody was there?
He's like ice.
Right.
So, this is Ken Wax. I
Hi.
wanted to share with you a video experience and audio that I had.
Go ahead.
I had an opportunity to see a movie in a very good theater while I was traveling. I saw Superman in a theater that holds at least 300 people, and there were only 10 people in the theater. So I picked the sweet spot, and the presentation was quite exceptional. I spoke to the theater manager afterwards, and he said it was 7.1 surround sound, but he made a comment that we couldn't afford to license Dolby, so we didn't have Dolby Atmos. The clarity of the bass was outstanding, and he commented that a lot of theaters he heard just don't have the right volume levels set. The Superman movie was very good. Wouldn't put it in the world's outstanding film, but what blew me away is I stayed for the credits, which ran for almost 10 minutes. And the number of people involved in this production was well over 500, including at least 200 to 300 who did the special effects and the computer graphics. And the film was shot in Georgia, Ohio, in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Svalbard, Norway, which is the most northern occupied piece of land in the world. So the theater is Aurora Cinema in Tromsø, Norway. And I had just been in Svalbard last week.
Ah,
So when I asked the manager, why in the world did they drag all production equipment to Svalbard, which has one prominent town in it called Longyearbyen, which used to do coal mining. They shut down the coal mines 3 weeks ago after running for almost a century. The town has 2,000 people, and he said the Superman winter scenes, they wanted to have real snow. So they went to about the only place they could find a little bit. Now, even now, Svalbard is around 40 degrees, but they managed to find a little snow. So highly recommend you check out that movie for the audio quality.
But it might have to do with the speakers used in that particular theater.
The theater was built in 2003. Don't know about any upgrades they did over the years, but
where
it's
was the theater? Where was the theater you saw it in?
Tromsø, Norway. T-R-O,
It was in Norway.
yes,
You saw the movie.
Tromso.
All Genelec.
Pardon me?
All Genelec speakers, maybe.
hmm
Or I'm sure Norway makes their own.
This is the Norway is where Tandberg was located.
Yes.
In fact, some of their equipment was in the National Museum in Oslo.
It better be.
Was the movie dubbed in Norwegian?
Subtitled. I wouldn't have gone to it, and I didn't become fluent in Norwegian other than yes and no and thank you.
Al Foster is hiding behind a communist.
Right. So any other comments or questions for the group?
Oh, I'll just mention that the reason that a lot of classical music, particularly with the Lone Ranger, was that the producers of the show, it was a radio show at a radio station, I think in Detroit that started. They didn't want to pay to have somebody compose music for the series. So they just picked up on classical music, which didn't have.
Oh, I think that's true for most of the old series, cartoons,
Right.
and the
You didn't
rest.
have to pay royalties.
Yep.
Right.
It was all
Right.
in the public domain, and as a result, many of us got our first taste of classical music without even knowing it was classical music.
That's right.
Yes.
But we knew it was free.
The other is, if you want to listen to old time radio, there's a website called Old Time Radio, and they have lots of stuff they pull off the archives, internet archives, plus their own. So if you want to listen to Shadow or the Lone Ranger or Gunsmoke, all sorts.
Gunsmoke is the best. Gunsmoke is the most amazing radio drama because it was really, a lot of it was post-war, World War II. So it had really kind of more progressive production values and plots and
they have the Lone Ranger. I think back to, I was listening to one the other day, it was 1938.
Yeah.
So it had well over 1,000. These things were put on 3 times a week, and they had well over 1,000 recordings that you can listen to.
While my mother was pregnant with me, the actor who played the Lone Ranger was killed in a car crash. and so I can't imagine that I really absorbed this trauma, but I kind of think that that affected, he. So what happened was that the Lone Ranger went into a coma and for 3 days, and until they got somebody else to take the part.
That
But
explains a lot.
yeah.
So the TV actor was not the radio
Oh
performer.
no,
No,
the,
no.
the radio guys. Well, there were a couple, but the Brace Beamer was the guy who was on the radio for our childhood. But before I was born, there was somebody else whose voice wasn't nearly as deep and wonderful.
Right.
But the Lone Ranger had I mean, Matt Dillon. The best voice is Matt Dillon on Gunsmoke. That was a great radio performance. What was his name? I'm blocking his name. But the deep voices were Kurt Gowdy was broadcasting the Red Sox, and there were all kinds of wonderful voices on the radios in those days.
Speaking of movie music, I hope everyone heard last night, or if they didn't, they'll seek it out. John Williams, who's now whatever 93 or 4, has written a new piano concerto, and it premiered last night at
Oh,
Tanglewood, and it is a knockout piece. The first movement, Emmanuel Axe, who's kind of an improbable pianist to play this kind of repertory, but the first movement, Williams said, is supposed to be sort of an homage to Art Tatum, the second movement to Bill Evans, and the third movement to Oscar Peterson.
Wow.
And the homages are very subtle. You could have fooled me, but I'm not that, excuse me, familiar. I am familiar, but not enough to comment. But anyway, it's a terrific piece, and I'm sure CRB will post the recording of it after a few weeks go by. But it's an amazing thing for Williams to have knocked out in his 90s. And if you just saw the Jaws documentary, you can see Williams going back, 50 plus years ago. So he's one of our major musical heroes. Almost
By the way, in the movie Superman, some of his theme was played, but I
sure.
noticed in the credits they just acknowledged that he produced the original music for Superman. He didn't appear to have any role in the current production,
They didn't want to send him any money.
probably.
I just noticed
But
recently,
by the way, that movie has made so far, I looked up, $260 million.
How much did it cost to make? It must have been 4 times that.
No, I'm guessing, but the top I've heard is like 50 million but I'll check that out.
Wow, to fly everybody to Norway? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't guess at the number. I'll look it up.
Yeah.
so speaking of John Williams, I noticed in the closing credits of the TV show from 1965, Lost in Space, the music theme of that show is credited to Johnny Williams, as he was known at the time.
wow.
It would be fascinating if we lived long enough to see if he's regarded as a composer 100 years from now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he will be.
I'm sure.
That part you can be confident of. Some of the other, I don't know.
There were a lot of great movie music composers,
Sure.
tons of them. The Newmans. I love the movie Red River, and that's Dmitri Tiomkin. I love the music from that.
Oh, sure. Well, it was all serious back then.
Yeah.
I just found out the production cost for Superman, including marketing, 350 million. So they still got a few more showings to make
Yeah.
their cost.
Well, we'll have to have a meeting in Norway.
Wow. All right. Well, maybe we'll stop there. We're at the half-hour mark, and I don't want to take any more time from Andy. So let me pass this over now to David. David, if you could MC the rest of the session, that would be great. And yeah, it'd be in interview format if that's okay. And yeah, take it away, David.
Unmute yourself, David.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Andy won't remember this part, but I met him the summer of 1970, which is a bad time right after Kent State. But I went to work at Audio Lab as a part-time sales guy, and I'd heard that they had a guy who was there or maybe leaving there to go into industry, but he'd also just gotten out, like me, had gotten out of graduate school, had been an English teacher, which I was just at the same, I was working both as a teacher and I mean, several jobs at once, but one of them was at Audio Lab. But I remember nodding at him, shaking his hand, and resolving that if everybody in audio was as decent and smart and humble and pleasant as this guy, audio was a whole area worth looking at. And then, of course, I discovered that very few people in audio, maybe some Boston types like Roy Allison and selected BAS types, but very few people in audio are smart, articulate, pleasant, humble, and in Andy's case, successful. So he went from Audio Lab to KLH and had a career with, after a few years at every stop, someone evil bought it out or took it over or started to run things. And so then he went from KLH to Advent, and then from Advent in the late 70s, founded his own company, often surrounded by friends and former colleagues. And I only knew him as a newspaper editor at the time, later in the 70s, for being a successful businessman and a sharp voicer of speakers. I'd heard from people at Audio Lab, and then later I heard from Tom Holman, whom I got to know at the Phoenix, and then Henry Kloss told me, and then other people told me that Andy had a really good ear and a really good ear in the mid-range. So if there was an anomaly within a dB or so, Andy was the person to go say, listen to this, whatever, piano passage or some other passage, and Andy would say, oh, I think it needs this, that, or the other thing. Much later in the 90s, when a guy I worked with for years and almost the best speaker designer I know, Michael Chamness, I went to help him voice something at BA, a flagship product that was just a marvelous thing that never saw a lot of success. And I said, Michael, Andy's ear is famous. Is it really that good? And Chamness, who himself had an extraordinary ear, said, oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I always get him to come in here. Michael had a huge crossover board where you could plug and unplug changes to iterate crossover work. I mean, every company did that, but anyway, but he said, yeah, I always, even Andy, now that he's, old and in the way, I get him to come in to listen to the mid-range. So, I once went to visit Andy at his Cambridge digs to talk about maybe doing some tech writing for him, and we spent the evening over drinks actually talking about the Allison effect, which he understood well, and had made some kind of shallow speakers to go against the wall to help ameliorate the ripple, the mid-range and lower mid-range ripple. It always seems to come back to mid-range with Andy. And then 5 or 10 years later, I was reviewing speakers for some second-tier magazine and was measuring the Subsat 6, which was a Boston Acoustics, very nice three-piece system. And the satellites of that were very, I mean, Cambridge Soundworks and Henry had made some okay, maybe better than okay three-piece systems. Allison had made a very good three-piece systems. This was, and Bose had made some pretty bad three-piece systems, and then later on some better ones. But this was the best I'd seen and measured. And Andy actually drove out to my house in Newton and sat in the living room, quiet and unobtrusive and no pressure. He's not a high pressure guy. And I took some room measurements and then some closer up measurements of the satellites. I want to say they were the A40s or A400, but I think that was an earlier, I think I'm confused here. Anyway, that was a nice visit, just kind of out of the blue. And I didn't know whether to say yes when he said, can I come out and watch you? But it was always good to see him. And then I ran into him at VA a few times, and it was in the process of being bought or sold. So that's the bio part of my experience with him. And I don't have an opening question except to let him hear how he launched out of Harvard and then Audio Lab and then into industry. And why isn't he still in it? The end.
Well, that was a fantastic introduction. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, my career started when I was 16 years old, but I didn't realize it at the time. What happened is I had gone to see Around the World in 80 Days in Todd AO, which became Superscope. It was the same format as Superscope, and 6 channels of surround sound, and I was just totally blown away. So I bought the record, the soundtrack record, played it on my parents' RCA radio phonograph console, and it didn't sound the same as what I'd heard in the theater. And that started my quest for accurate sound. And I got exposed to components, and when I was an undergrad at Harvard, I started going to all the audio shops in the Boston area, trying to learn as much as I could about audio and about components and sound. And I became known, what is known in the industry as a showroom gypsy, someone who went into the stores and talked to the owners, but never bought anything. And finally, Dan Boynton at Audio Lab, I got the nerve up to say, do you ever need somebody to help you and in the store? And he said, well, he said, it's a good thing you asked. He said, I had reached the point with you that I was either going to offer you a job or tell you to never come in again because I'm going to waste my time. So I started working part-time at Audio Lab when I was an undergraduate. And my part-time job quickly expanded to over 40 hours a week. I would go in the morning on Saturday and work the whole day. I would go in after class and work until dinner time. And then the most wonderful thing that happened is Dan gave me a key to the store. And on Sundays, when the store was closed, I would go over and listen to equipment. And there was a patch panel at Audio Lab that not only allowed you to A/B speakers, but you could actually A/B electronics. So I really I spent what Malcolm Gladwell calls the 10,000 hours. I spent most of my 10,000 hours at Audio Lab listening to equipment over and over again. And it was you know, it was so much fun, and it was a very, you know, I was so lucky to be able to eventually make my avocation my vocation. So after I graduated, I was either going to teach or go in the audio business, and I chose the audio business initially. And then after I did a little bit of military service, I decided to give teaching. I wasn't going to bring the teaching up, but you mentioned English teacher, David. And actually, I did teach English and Latin at the high school level for a year. And then after having taken a 50% cut in pay, I decided to go back into audio. And I eventually got out. Well, then is when I got, in 1964 is when I was offered a job at KLH, which was absolutely my dream job. I wanted to work at KLH very badly. I admired their products over all the other products that we sold. And one of the main reasons that I liked KLH so much was that all the KLH speakers pretty much sounded the same. Whereas other speaker lines that we carried, one model sounded one way, another model sounded another way. And the KLHs were very consistent, except for one model in the line, which was the Model 10, which I never particularly liked the sound of.
What other speaker lines did Audiolab carry?
You know, I'm trying to think back, Michael. I remember we carried Bozak, and you know, so you had that was our big speaker. And
Macintosh.
pardon?
Macintosh.
Speakers? There were no Mac speakers then. No,
Okay.
not when I was working at the lab.
Acoustic research.
Macintosh made speakers kind of sporadically. They would do it for a while and drop it and pick it up again.
Yeah.
Was acoustic research in those days.
Yeah, well, we weren't acoustic research fans. We and Harvey Radio were the only two dealers in the universe that were cut off by AR because I didn't like the way they sounded. If you put the controls at the designated dots, they were very muffled. They do sound to me what, you know, I used to go to Symphony, and I couldn't afford to go regularly. I used to go for the open rehearsals, which were free. And when I played a recording of Daphnis and Chloe by the BSO, Roger Voisin on the recording through a KLH speaker sounded like Roger Voisin, what I heard in Symphony Hall, and the ARs didn't.
Because the so-called flat setting was really rolling off significantly. To get it flat, you had to turn it all the way up. They even advertised that if you looked at their advertisements.
Well, because they really believed that was the proper balance.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'll get into that later. I'll leave that one alone right now. I remember we brought in, there was one speaker that was advertised that had a thin walnut facade that was driven by the motor structure. And the ad, of course, said, you know, cellos and violins are made out of wood, and this speaker is very accurate. So we were curious, just like our customers. So we bought one, and it sounded atrocious. Speakers did we carry in those days?
Did you carry the one that was shaped like an ear?
No, that was a Yamaha.
Yeah.
No, we didn't carry that. No, I'm drawing a blank. It was so long ago. So I worked for KLH from 64 to 69. And as David mentioned, Singer had bought the company, the sewing machine people had bought the company, and everything was fine until they put in their own CEO. And then we didn't know the word culture in those days, but the culture of the company changed. And it just stopped being fun working there. So I and 3 other people left KLH and went to work with Henry Kloss, who at the time was working on the large screen television, and he was running out of cash. So he needed some cash flow, and he agreed to make some audio products to generate some cash flow so he could continue to fund the development of the large screen TV. And I went to work there. And when I got there, and he had just finished the prototype of the Advent loudspeaker. And I was given the speaker because I was going to be the person to go out and sell it. And I took it home, and I didn't like the way that it sounded. And I was obviously very anxious about going to work the next day because there was no way I was going to be able to sell that speaker if I didn't believe in it. So I went in and I explained to my boss what it was that I didn't like about the speaker. And he went and talked to Henry. And apparently what I didn't like about the speaker seemed logical to Henry. So he gave me a blonder tongue equalizer and told me to take it home and make the changes that I thought should be made on the speaker. And I did that. I took it back in the next day. And I made changes that he thought were reasonable. So I ended up being the voicer of the original Advent. And he made the change, and I got to start taking it around to dealers, and it was really fun because nobody knew anything about the loudspeaker. Nobody knew the price. So the first dealer I went to was Harvey Radio in New York, and showed them the new speaker, and I said, I'd like to compare this against the speaker you consider the best speaker in the house. So they grabbed an AR3A, and I compared it against the 3A, and I showed that it went as low and as high, and it sounded, and I said, the tonal balance is somewhat subjective, but I think it has very reasonable tonal balance on voice. And they agreed. And I asked them what they thought the speaker would cost. And all the salesmen gave me prices over $200, except for Anton Schmidt, who was a legendary salesman at Harvey. And he said, well, I would have guessed over $200 too, but I know Henry's really good at budget products, so I'm going to guess 180. And of course, the original price was 112. So that happened over and over and over again, and the speaker started selling like hotcakes because there was nothing around that went any lower, and it went higher than the KLH6, the extreme top end, which I could hear in those days. I can't hear anymore. And that's how the Advent started out.
And that was my first for real loudspeaker, the large Advent.
It was?
Yeah.
So
there's a thing about the large
secret?
Advent, though, that Henry never even told me until let's see, I was probably when I was had recommended some changes to be made on the Advent, That, you know, that square piece around the tweeter?
Yeah.
Okay. That is supposed to work in conjunction with the grill panel to provide a baffle so that it becomes a 2-pi radiator.
Mhm.
And if you take the grill cloth off the Advent and listen to it, it sounds bright. And the reason is that the tweeter is an at the low end of the tweeter's operating range, it's an omnidirectional radiator. That little square baffle is not big enough to totally baffle the tweeter. So the stuff that bounces off of the baffle board at longer wavelengths starts to cancel out. And so it has a very uneven response. And that's unfortunately the way a lot of people have evaluated the Advent, particularly double Advents, where they think that the way to listen to the speaker is to take the grill panels off and that they're going to sound better, and they actually sound worse. And that came up because when I made a trip to Japan, and while I was on the however many hour flight it was, I started tinkering with mechanically with another way to build the tweeter, which would use the baffle so that it could be mounted flush with the baffle board. And when I came back, I showed it to Henry, and he said, "That's a great idea. We should do that." And he gave me the go-ahead to do that, and that's ended up being the new Advent.
You mentioned the double Advent. I wonder, you didn't come up with that, did you?
Okay, here's the story.
I first read about this in the Absolute Sound way back when. That was...
Okay, here's the story. Between KLH and Advent, Advent wasn't ready for me. They didn't want to put me on the payroll until I could start doing something, so I could start selling. So I had like a 6-week vacation between the two jobs. And I visited some dealers. And one dealer I visited, they took me home. The dealer took me home, and he had a pair of KLH 12s on the floor and a pair of KLH 5s on shelves. And he started flipping between the two, one on, one the other on, and then both on. And I was really amazed at how much better that sounded with the 4 speakers operating. So I'm at Advent, and I'm doing. Anybody who's ever worked in a startup knows that you wear multiple hats. So besides being the sales manager, I handled all the customer contact, consumer contact, the letters and phone calls. And this one man called up, and he was very impressed with the speaker, and he wanted to know what recordings I liked, et cetera, that he could use to demonstrate it. So I made some suggestions, and then he contacted me like 3 or 4 more times. And then the double Advent review. Oh, and then he said, he said, "I'm so impressed with this speaker. Why don't you guys make something even better?" And I said, "Well, if you really want something better, why don't you try a second pair?" And the next thing I know, the review on the double Advents comes out. And shortly after the review came out, the guy called me back and introduced himself. It was Harry Pearson. So I stupidly said to him, if we can reprint the review, I will put in how you can subscribe to the Absolute Sound. And I came to rue that decision because I have my own opinions about Harry Pearson and the absolute sound, and they're not particularly favorable.
Mhm.
I think he was in the magazine got in the business of trying to be very controversial.
How did you position double Advents when you use them? One on
See, that's the difference. He stacked them, and I don't think that's a good way to do it.
I did it too, and I could hear the interference between the tweeters.
Yeah, it's a bad way to do it.
This
I
interest.
had experimented a lot with what I experienced at the dealer's house, where I had one pair on the floor, one pair on the shelves, and I also, at Henry's suggestion, tried moving one pair forward on the sidewalls, which Henry said, it's going to sound like a Bose 901. And it
I was
did.
gonna ask, because
And
one of
it
the things
did.
about the double advent was I couldn't see how that would make it sound better doing that. It seemed like it would, like he said, interfere.
What, have a second pair?
Yeah, it sounded like a bad idea to me, and but I never heard it, so I don't know.
Well, I have to tell you that at that point in my career, I was not very image conscious. So I always listened to things tonally.
Mm.
I never was that concerned with the image. And I thought it enhanced the tonality. And in particular, when you have two pair of advents, since we're talking about the advents, the bass, you get double the sound, but at the low end, you pick up 6 dB instead of 3 dB.
Mm.
Because at long wavelengths, those woofers are close enough together that they're acting as a speaker of twice the area, and the low end is the output of a loudspeaker is the square of the area. So you pick up 6 dB, you get that mutual coupling.
I had them
You
with,
can hear it. You can hear it on any low bass material. If you play an organ like the Vidor, what's it called?
Organ Symphony or something.
And the recording that I used to use, which was the Saint-Saëns Symphony No. 3, the Ormandy and Philadelphia recording. They're real 32 hertz pedals on that recording that are quite audible, and you can hear.
The BAS test CD of that Saint-Saëns has some 18 hertz fundamentals. I've actually measured it in Audacity.
Really? 18?
Yes, 18 hertz.
I think the reason Harry really liked the speaker is I met him a few times. He loved bass. And your comment about it increased the bass, it affected the bass, I'm sure appealed to him. I did have a chance to hear double advents, and I remember after hearing them and comparing them to another speaker, I said, why don't we try single advents? And I found out I preferred the single advents because they were more focused and cleaner sounding.
Mm-hmm.
I had my double advents with one of the pair angled away from the listening area so that it functioned to reinforce the mid-range and the bass. Which the theory was that the advent could sound thin, being a two-way system.
Would you like me to use ChatGPT to
Oh, quiet.
Would you like me to use ChatGPT to answer that?
No.
So Andy, can you tell us what some of the key breakthroughs were to make such a good, inexpensive speaker at the time? What were the enabling technologies or the insights?
Oh boy, that's a great question. Well, part of it was that the industry had gotten larger. And the KLH, let's talk about the KLH6 for a moment. The KLH6 was kind of a breakthrough speaker. It was very flat. It was a great speaker, and it was retailed for $134, I think, at that time. And when KLH sales got bigger and bigger, it became an extremely profitable product because of the volume that we were able to make it in. And when Henry was working on the Advent, I think that he also presumed that we would be able to get the volume to those kind of levels, so he could provide a lot more product for that kind of price. So that was a factor. Another factor was that the crossover was relatively simple. Actually, so was the Model 6. Model 6 had a very simple crossover. And this is something that I'd like to get into at some point, which is driver performance and what there's, you know, as a loudspeaker designer, I'm always cynical about claims about loudspeaker driver performance. I love these ads that say, oh, it's, you know, the woofer is fast. It's light, and the woofer cone is light and stiff. Well, if it's light and stiff, it's got two problems. One, it's not going to be able to produce any bass because you need to have some mass in order to, in the driver, to have the driver resonance be low enough, so you can't make things light. And if you make it really stiff, it's going to ring like crazy at the top end. In fact, maybe this is a good time to share some stuff here.
Andy, just a quick segue about fast woofers. I had a good friend, Tom Nosane, who said the only time he ever saw a fast subwoofer was the one he had in his Corvette.
Let's see.
And I always thought that what you meant by a fast woofer was one that stopped fast, not necessarily started fast, so it didn't have the overhang to obscure what was coming afterwards.
Okay, can you guys see this curve?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The blue curve is a typical approach for designing a woofer, where the cone is stiff, and I presume light because you can see the free air resonance of this driver is above, what is it? Above 50, about 55 hertz. And you see how it takes off at the top end? How it rises compared to the red curve. And that's because it's in breakup mode. In fact, both woofers are in breakup mode above roughly 700 hertz. But the red woofer is the cone is very well damped.
Yep.
And it rolls off naturally. And the red woofer also has a free air resonance of 30 hertz. And the red curve happens to be the woofer in the A60. the Boston Acoustics A60.
Mm.
And the blue curve happens to be a typical OEM driver. It was made by Audax, this particular one. But I could show you lots of different drivers from lots of different manufacturers. That blue curve could be an ADS driver, for example, where their cone was stiff, and when it broke up, the high end rose. So Henry's genius was in recognizing that you could make a woofer that gave you the bass performance that you wanted, but also could be damped so that it would roll off naturally, so that you didn't have to have a two-pole network on the woofer with the added cost and also the unknown phase characteristics in the crossover region. And at KLH, KLH made all of their woofer cones in-house. They actually took raw materials, ground it up, molded the cones on forms. They were in the paper making business. The Advent woofer, which I also have curves of, we'll have to go back here. How do I go back? Where? Oh, here we go.
Gorgeous.
All right, here's the Advent woofer. You see how it rolls off naturally?
That's without a crossover?
That has an inductor in series with it.
Okay.
But that inductor is not. That inductor is just to bring the mid-range down so that it flattens out. In other words, without the inductor, the woofer response, this part of the region would rise a little bit. And this is the Advent close mic. This is the only time I was able to get an anechoic chamber into an anechoic chamber was when I was finishing up the new Advent. And Mark Davis, speaking of Mark Davis, got me permission so that I could use the MIT chamber. And I didn't make these curves to show people. I actually made them for my own edification to kind of verify the work that I had done. And this is the woofer again, but the woofer response in this region is not accurate because of how close the microphone was to the speaker. And then the tweeter, this is the woofer at 7.5 inches in front of the baffle board, and this is the tweeter 7.5 inches in front of the baffle board. This curve was taken in a room with the mic back a meter. So you can see the top end of the woofer actually extends further out. But again, it's just a beautifully well-damped cone. And the Advent cone had no paper. The Advent cone was made of wool and cotton rag with a binder. And all of the paper cones that I used at Boston Acoustics used the same formulation because of how well damped they were. Well, you saw the A60 curve that rolled off so beautifully. So I was going to, as long as we're starting to talk about speakers, this is an AR3. And this is from AR's one of AR's brochures. And this is the hemispheric response of the woofer, the mid-range, and the tweeter. And then, where's the review that I'm looking for? Here we go. So Julian Hirsch in 1970 started doing speaker reviews for High Fidelity magazine. And he did
Stereo review.
No, this is High Fidelity. He was at High Fidelity before he moved to Stereo Review. So this is an AR3A. And what he did is he buried the loudspeaker so that the front baffle was flush with the ground.
Yeah.
And you can see the curve that he ended up with. And in the text, he says that what's really important is the total radiated sound. In other words, the power response, and that because there are three drivers, there's interference, and that's what's causing these peaks and dips. And this is the polar response. And you can see that it's got lobes because of the interference between the drivers. This is the KLH6, which he also made at this in the same a month or two earlier. And you can see the difference in this case. Again, he buried the speaker in the ground. He used the faster pen speed, so it's got a lot more wiggles up and down, but that's a pretty flat curve. And this is the polar response of the tweeter at, I think he did it at 7,000 hertz. I think he did both of them around the same frequency. My only point is that at AR, they felt, and so did Consumer Reports, that the important thing in a loudspeaker was the power response. They didn't really give much weight to the first arrival sound. And this is what happens with the first arrival sound. If you don't design the speaker, if you don't integrate the drivers and look at what they're doing at, say, 1 meter or 2 meters. Whereas the way the KLH6 was designed, that was very much a part of the design, how the two drivers interacted.
Something that always puzzled me regarding AR was they always in their promotional materials said, you know, you get these brochures and they have all the models and they would say, well, you know, the AR5 differs from the AR3A only in that it has like a half octave less at the base. But I never was able to do like a really careful A/B, but my experience of those two speakers was that they sounded rather different to me. I mean, not just in the low bass. I mean, they had a different balance, I thought. And I just wonder if anyone has any thoughts on that.
I always felt to me, the best sounding AR was always the AR5.
Yeah.
I thought that was the best balance of all the. Pardon? Anyway, I agree with you, Michael.
Roy Allison designed both of them, and he would agree that the 5 was better, had a slightly different radiation pattern, and the summing of the drivers and the placement on the baffle was a little bit better to his ear.
Because, you know, I always wondered why, when the 3A came out, when the 3A was being designed, the guy who did a lot of the design work was Chuck McShane. And I asked Chuck about the integration of the drivers, and he said, no, we didn't bother with that. He said, we just designed the crossover so that we got the shape that you see in the brochures. And we felt that everything was going to integrate in the far field. And my philosophy was to try and design a loudspeaker that had flat first arrival and as flat power response as was possible. And I was not a big fan of three-way speakers because, first of all, I wasn't that good at them, to be honest. Fortunately, I had guys like Michael Chamness, who came aboard, who was a lot better at a three-way than I was. And what we said in the Advent brochure, you really don't need that mid-range driver. You can design a very good two-way. I hear a lot of someone in the background.
Yeah, I don't
Sounds
know
like
what
it
that
might be
is.
somebody in my family who maybe have their mic turned on.
The ghost of designers past.
What did you do to get a flat power response?
Well, you can't get a totally flat power response in a two-way, but you can get it so close that I've got something to show you. By the way, oh, here we go. This is I'll see if I can hold it here. This is the upper curve is the power response of the A60, the Boston Acoustics A60. This data is from Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports would actually give you their measurements if you ask them. And they were the only company the only outfit that made accurate power response measurements. They made a measurement every 10 degrees on a sphere. They had 9 microphones, and they would move the microphones around the speaker in all 4 quadrants. And then the computer would take the measurements and generate a power response curve. So this is an 8-inch two-way. Can you guys see the top end?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm seeing all of you at above about 10 kilohertz. And we're looking at all the minor divisions, I think, are half a decibel. And you can see on the left, this is 80 dB. This is 80 dB. This is 70 dB. So we're looking at a response curve a power response curve that's within plus or minus 2 dB. And then CU has their little loudness thing, and I've forgotten exactly how they end up with their loudness, but part of it is factoring in Allison's work, where you're getting constructive and destructive interference from a back wall. So this is the upper curve is the 4 pi power response, and this is, I guess, their interpolation of a 2 pi response curve, and this is the one that they base their ratings on.
But they didn't really listen, I thought. They just did their numbers.
Yeah, well, they did do some listening because, as you know, they got into a fight with Bose when they claimed that the 901 caused the image to wander all over the room. And the other speaker, the only other speaker I heard them downgrade after listening was a microacoustic speaker where they said that the lobing on the tweeters was such that it superseded the what you thought you would hear from the power response.
I don't think that that Consumer Reports was using this particular technique at the time they did the Bose review. This technique,
maybe not. All I know
because that was way back. This I think came later, but
what always bothered me is two speakers would get a similar rating and sound very different.
well, they would claim that if they were within 8 points, they might sound different, but they were one was not necessarily more accurate than the other.
Andy, can you explain the distinction between power response and first arrival and how that's measured and how that's perceived?
Okay, I'll start by saying that an optical engineer has life pretty easy because virtually everything that comes into contact with light is bigger than light waves. An acoustic engineer has to deal with the fact that if you're going to put speakers in a box, the wavelengths, some of the wavelengths are going to be bigger than the box, and some of the wavelengths are going to be smaller than the box. Where the wavelengths are smaller than the box, the front baffle is large enough to restrict the radiation of that driver to the forward hemisphere. And when the wavelengths begin to get larger, they start spilling around the sides of the speaker so that at those frequencies, if you're making a measurement of the loudspeaker hanging in the air with a microphone, the output of the bass will begin to drop down. And in fact, that's another curve here. This is an anechoic measurement of a loudspeaker that was done by the Canadian Floyd Toole up in Canada. I don't know why this dip, it must be some factor in the chamber that they used, that they had access to at that time. But you can see this is a very smooth and flat loudspeaker. Here again, you're looking at 5 dB from here to here. So this speaker, because this is the response here is artificial, this speaker is almost plus or minus 1 dB out to 20K. And this is the response of the speaker at, I think it was 30 dB off. You guys, again, are in the way. I can't see.
yeah, it says 30 degrees.
30 dB, 30 degrees,
Yeah.
and then 60 degrees. This speaker, believe it or not, retailed for $100. It's the A60, the Boston Acoustics A60. And you know, that's the way I tried to design this loudspeaker to have that kind of response. This is the impedance curve and the distortion. Distortion is 40 dB down is, I think, 1%.
But you were making a distinction earlier between power response and first arrival. And so I was interested in how that insight translated to being able to make a speaker that was actually better, perceived performance, since you had these two ways of measuring.
Yes. Okay, so Uh, when you put a speaker in a room, obviously you're no longer in a spherical space. You're in basically a hemispherical space. As far as perception is concerned, I believe you can tell the difference between a loudspeaker that has flat power response but poor first arrival compared to a speaker that has flat first arrival and flat power response. However, I can't back that up with an example because I'm not sure that I ever tested that out.
Okay. But just when you talk about these two things, how are they different? I'm sorry, I'm asking a very elementary question, but maybe others have the same question in mind.
How is first arrival compared to power?
Right.
Oh,
What's the difference? What's the distinction there, if you would?
okay. Here's you can design a loudspeaker to be flat in you can design a loudspeaker to be flat in spherical space. And in fact, there have been speakers that were designed to be flat in spherical space. One example would be the older KEF speakers. The KEF 105 Series 1 was designed to be very flat in an anechoic chamber. B&W also, at that time, were making loudspeakers that were designed to be flat in an anechoic chamber. If you take that speaker and put it in a room, you better keep it away from all room boundaries. If you don't, the bass is going to be too heavy. You know, maybe Harry Pearson loves that because he was, as Alan said, he was a bass freak. But the other thing that happens when you listen to a speaker like that is that the sound tends to be recessed. It tends to sound like it's coming from behind the speaker. And the AR, I remember going into the AR3 listening room in Cambridge and listening to the speaker, and the orchestra always sounded like it was behind the speaker when they played it on a 3A. And you know, or if you've ever done any recording, you know that all recordings are done in the near field. They're not done back in the hall. Because if they were done back in the hall, you'd get all the hall reverberation and you wouldn't get a lot of the, if it's a properly done recording, it's always done in the near field. So orchestras shouldn't sound like they're behind the speaker. They should sound where they are, you know, they should be there. Performers should be there. Another way of thinking, and one of the things that I always used in listening, by the way, my whole goal and I would say my main goal in my career in speaker work was to be able to correlate measurements with what I heard. And so one thing I used when I was doing the final listening was a recording by Ricky Lee Jones, which starts out with a plucked bass, and the guy starts on a low string and goes up. And that plucked bass should stay equally loud as he starts to go up in frequency, in you know, up the musical scale. It shouldn't sound less loud as he is plucking the double bass. But a speaker that's designed to be flat anechoically is going to have a power response that is sloping down, because the only way it can be flat anechoically is to lower the mid-range so it's the same level as the bass is anechoically. Got that?
Yep. So it sounds like power response is actually a misleading measurement for real world environments because people don't use it in the.
It's not irrelevant, because you do ultimately hear the power response, and what I'm describing is an example where the speaker sounds recessed. And if you play well, mid-range, where is the mid-range? Most people look at a frequency response curve and they say, oh, the mid-range is at 1 kilohertz because it's right in the middle of the chart. That's not where the mid-range is. Middle C is 256 hertz.
Bingo.
A is 440. The A below it is 220. The A below that, again, is half the frequency. The mid-range is right here.
I think the thing is that everything has to be smooth at
It
all
has to be
angles.
really
It's like-
smooth here.
because
And when you get into a
otherwise
three-way,
you could get flat power response by taking a 4-inch tweeter and boosting it with an equalizer. That doesn't work.
yeah, and one of the problems
can
I've
work.
always had with three-ways is it's hard to get smoothness in here, and this is the critical range. This is the absolutely critical range in a loudspeaker.
Because a lot of mid-ranges cross over right in the middle of the mid-range.
Pardon?
A lot of three-wave speakers
Yeah,
cross the mid-range right in the middle around 300 to 400 hertz.
right.
A friend of mine always crossed around 100 because of that.
Well, there's also issues with that. If you're doing it passively, you're losing a lot of power through the, when I say a lot of power, you're losing a dB, 2 dB, 3 dB. It depends on the components you use, because they're soaking up power. You're using really big inductors with a lot of wire,
You want to see my
a lot of
speaker?
resistance, unless you're going to make it out of, 8-gauge wire, in which case you may as well buy copper stock. And getting back to what we were talking about before with the beryllium tweeter and brightness, a speaker will sound bright and people will say, oh, they should knock down the tweeter level because it sounds too bright. What they should really do is increase the mid-range level. Again, that's the critical band in the loudspeaker. And that's what Henry discovered in the KLH6. Henry loved to use the blonder tongue equalizer because he once took an inexpensive Radio Shack speaker and made it sound better than a KLH6 by manipulating the frequency response.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it all in this area. Well, he obviously did it in other places, but it was all in, I'm using my pen instead of my cursor here. It was all in this area. I used to call it the cycloacoustic octaves before I finally realized that is the mid-range. I was late to the game in realizing that was the mid-range.
How did you go about doing the response measurements at BA? Because I always, I worked at magazines and reviewers, with rare exceptions, didn't have access to things like anechoic chambers and so forth. And so not something he would talk about much, but we didn't have a lot of confidence in the accuracy of the measurements. And in fact, I remember once when I was a stereo review, I don't remember why I did this, but I asked Julian to send me the curves he'd run on one of your speakers. I think it was an 850. I don't remember why. But anyway, he sent them over to me with a note attached saying, good luck.
Well, I only did analog measurements. I didn't graduate to Melissa and
Yeah.
gated measurements. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to have access to an anechoic chamber to see how my analog measurements correlated to the room measurements correlated to the anechoic measurements. And in fact, I think I have curves here. This curve, for example, I took in the anechoic chamber, and as I explained before, the top end of the woofer response is not accurate because of the proximity of the microphone, and the tweeter response is up a dB or two because it's a smaller driver, and at 7.5 inches, it's going to sound louder than the woofer. This is the same kind of measurement, except done in a room with at a greater distance, not a much greater distance, but still a greater distance. And it's pretty much the same. This is getting back to the anechoic chamber. This is the response at 1 meter of the same drivers that I showed you before, the anechoic drivers I showed you before. This is the new advent at 1 meter. Interestingly, this is the new advent reviewed up in Canada by Floyd Toll's group, and you can see the same overall shape of the curve with the hump here, which shows up here. And I've always been puzzled by that, but I believe that what's happening here is that since these are 4 pi measurements, the speaker is starting to go from full space radiation to half space radiation, and in the process, it peaks a little bit before it goes totally half space. Let's see. Oh, here. Here again, this is the new advent done in a room. Again, an analog measurement, fairly fast writing speed. And you can see now the room really taking over down here, where these peaks and dips are all caused by reflections in the room. This is another subject, since we were talking about woofer cones and well-damped cones. This is a comparison of, again, I think this is an A70 driver. This driver is, these woofers, these are 3 woofers, but they're pretty much the same. 2 of them have the so-called paper cone, which is that wool and cotton rag mixture that I talked about. And the other curve, one, I can't tell which one it is, it's the red curve, is polypropylene, which I fell in love with. Polypropylene is a really well-damped material. Which is great. And the thing that I discovered that was advantageous about polypropylene is that you ever notice on a humid day, of course now with air conditioning, we don't listen in humid days anymore, but in the old days, in a humid day, the system never sounded as good. It's because papers, whether it's cotton rag and wool or paper or whatever, the cones are hygroscopic. And polypropylene sounds better when the weather's bad. Honestly, I've done it's acoustic memory, but they really sound better. The problem with polypropylene, there were a number of problems in developing it, but one of the biggest problems was gluing to it. It was a very, very difficult material to glue to. A second problem was when they were being molded, when they were being drawn, when they were being drawn over a form, is that the suppliers of the polypropylene weren't really controlling with great accuracy the thickness of the material. So, you'd get slightly uneven thicknesses of the material. But nirvana was reached when we started injection molding polypropylene, where we could maintain the exact thickness that we wanted, and every cone was absolutely exactly the same. So all the very late Boston Acoustics drivers used polypropylene.
I remember when you started BA, and the first speaker was the A200, which was, of course, the big, shallow,
right,
wide.
What my industrial designer called the sound door. There was a sound window speaker.
Yeah.
We used to call this the sound door.
But anyway, I remember you telling me at the time that one of the points of that design was to move that transition frequency from full space to half space down.
Yes. Yes, and that was and if you go back and look at Roy's work, if you make the baffle wide enough, I mean, basically the way to think about a speaker in a room is that the room surfaces are all mirrors, right? So you got the speaker that you're looking at, and then you got the speaker behind it, and you got the speaker below the floor, and they're all interacting with each other. And if you make the speaker wider, then you can't easily see the speaker behind you. And it isn't a perfect transition, but it moves that whole transition between half and full space way down. And I was able, in the A200, it's moved out of the woofer is totally, almost totally 2π, with almost no interference except from the floor. And I put the speaker, again, because of Roy's work, way down. But it turned out that when I redid that product in the A400, I moved the woofer way up. Because the more I worked with speakers, I found that the closer you could get the drivers, the better off you were. You got less lobing. And so all the very late stuff we did, we were able to get the drivers very, very close together by virtue of using neodymium magnets on the tweeters. Because the neodymium magnet is not much bigger than the voice coil. So we custom molded tweeter faceplates that would smack up right against the woofer baskets. You couldn't get them any closer than that. The only way you could get it closer would be to do the coaxial design that Andrew Jones has done recently. Really, really nice work. I always thought about doing that because with the tweeters size that we had, we could have done that, but I always argued myself out of it. I was afraid that the woofer cone would modulate the tweeter sound, but he seems to have done it very successfully.
But he admits that it does modulate it to a small degree.
It does?
Yes. He knows that it does, but it's very small. And one of the advantages of his three-way is, since the mid-range doesn't have to go into the bass, it moves less, so it modulates it even less. It cleans up the mid-range a little.
Andy, the KEF Uniq before Jones was a kind of concentric design that they finally refined. And all the measurements and reviews now anyway show that it works very well systemically.
Yeah, I think this what Kef's done is absolutely magnificent. The only downside that I can think of, since they've solved the other problems, is that there is limited dispersion on the tweeter. The tweeter can't disperse more than the included angle of the woofer.
Yeah, it's a dynamic horn. I mean, it's a kind of a horn.
So you're gonna lose some in power response.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
But still, those are damn good speakers. And you know, after I had to sell Boston Acoustics in order to retire. And after I sold it, I didn't do anything in audio for 15 years. And about 5 years ago, I started subscribing to Stereophile. Because John Atkinson does very, very good speaker measurements. Why did I bring that up? I had a point I was going to make. Well, one of the things that does bug me about Stereophile now is that John can measure a speaker and it looks terrible, and the reviewer makes it sound like the closest thing to God.
Oh, that's been for so long. I can't read reviews anymore in a lot of these things because
I can't. That's why I stopped.
They're disconnected
Andy,
from reality.
They're
it's like they're all
describing
based
wine.
on.
They're talking about wine. They're not talking about audio.
Andy,
the reviews seem to be based mainly
about
on what the manufacturer told the reviewer about what's supposed to be going on, as opposed to what the reviewer actually experiences. Because I've seen any number of speakers that have gotten really wonderful reviews over the years, and at least in my experience, these were not particularly distinguished speakers.
Right.
And every issue another veil gets removed, and I must have been listening through a mattress back in 1973. I don't know.
It's much worse than wine reviewing, actually, which is they're just less sophisticated listeners, and they don't pay attention to the right things. In my experience, I only look at measurements almost all the time, if they're any good. I mean, especially if there's some in-room power measurements. Atkinson used to do that. He doesn't do it as much anymore, but.
So, Andy, I got the sense you were about to share with us some observations of current production speakers that you thought were promising or on the right track.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with
Kef.
the Kef speakers, and I really like them for more reasons than that. They're reasonably priced. The Andrew Jones speakers, they did a review of a Genelec speaker. Fantastic speakers. What else? There was actually a clipped speaker that I liked that they did. Because I've never been a big fan of clipped speakers because they often sound like this, but and that again, what bugs me about audio today, from what I see in Stereophile, is that they've reverted back in many ways to what I was selling in 1960s, 1961 at Audiolab. We were selling, our top system was a Marantz 7C, 2 Marantz 9s, KLH 9s, if you will, and a Thorens TD 124 with an SME arm. All of those products, except for the 9, are back in one form or another. The TD-124 is back in itself. The SME arm is back in itself. Records are back, which I don't understand. LPs. There are people are still buying tube equipment. Why they're buying tube equipment when the solid state equipment is so much better. The solid state equipment got a bad rap because the first solid states, well, the very first solid state stuff all blew up. Then the next, when they went from germanium to silicon transistors, they sounded hard. They did sound hard. Victor Campos and I used to do the hi-fi shows together for KLH. And when we would get samples of new transistor power amps that were coming out. The companies would loan them to us, and we would put them in place of the Marantz stuff, the Marantz power amps. And they were clearly better in the bass. Bass was rock solid. They went lower. They delivered flat response into the loud. You know, tube amplifiers cannot deliver flat response into a loudspeaker. And when you get a loudspeaker with a complex network, and John Atkinson often talks about this in his reviews. He shows the response of a tube amplifier driving a loudspeaker, what its response looks like. Anyway, but after listening for about an hour or so, we would take them down because there was something that bothered us. There was a slight harshness. So we would take them down and we'd go back to the tube stuff. And then we'd put in another trans. And we went through this. And they were first generation stuff. Tube equipment had, you know, tube design was totally mature. We're talking about the mid-60s now. So many people made all their decisions about solid state stuff based on that early stuff, which they were right about, but they never, the diehards never went back and listened to the stuff that came later that was much, you know, where they found out what was causing the problem. One of the big problems with the early solid state amps is that although the distortion was extremely low at full power, at 1 watt and a tenth of a watt, which is actually an average listening level, the distortion rose. And that's what was causing the harshness. It was crossover distortion.
Well, there was a
once they solved that, stuff was fantastic. The only way in which I can think of that tube equipment is more desirable than solid state is when the amplifier clips. Because tube equipment clips softly, and when a solid state amp clips it, it's a square wave. And you get all the higher harmonics. But the solid state amplifier, 200 or 300 watts, not going to clip very often. And if you're clipping it very often, you're going to damage your loudspeakers. Whereas you can't make 200 or 300 watt tube amplifiers. My favorite lousy review in Stereophile is I think it was 1.5 years ago or 2 years ago, they reviewed an amplifier that was like 3 watts, $8,000, $9,000, $8,900. It was 3 watts. And
Get it on sale.
John Atkinson's final comment was, well, the output, that amplifier has really good output transformers because the output impedance was very low for a tube amplifier.
Well, there was that single-ended tube amp craze. Maybe that's still going on. I don't know. But the other thing, of course, was that for a long time, people weren't paying adequate attention to the input impedance on the phono preamplifiers. So you could get wonky frequency response from that. So that probably didn't help either. I think really that was what got the ball rolling, was when Harry Pearson reviewed an early audio research preamplifier and found that he really liked it, much better than whatever transistor preamp he was using at the time. I think a Citation 11. And I suspect it was just owing to that effect. It's the same reason that I think that moving coil cartridges caught on, was that the moving coil cartridges just don't have as much of an opportunity for that kind of interaction problem to occur. So even though basically it's an inferior way to make a phono cartridge.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the Dynapass 3, PAS3, as a budget version of the Marantz preamp, because it sounded virtually the same, except for that crazy volume control that didn't track very well, so you were constantly readjusting the balance control. But the PAT4, their transistor preamp, was awful. It sounded awful. So at Advent, I got talking to Tom Holman and a guy named Bruce Gregory, who also worked for us. Very clever engineer, very clever engineer. And we were talking preamps, and I said, well, my reference standard is the Marantz 7C, and I haven't yet heard a transistor preamp that sounds as good. So they set about to design one, and the preamp that we designed in the Advent receiver was indistinguishable from the 7C. We actually did it when we introduced it. We did an A/B comparison between the 7C and the preamp in the Advent 300 receiver, and stereo and the Absolute Sound reviewed it and said, well, it may measure the same and it may briefly sound the same, but all aardvarks look the same if you look at them coming toward you, but eventually you begin to be able to distinguish one aardvark from another. And we're capable of distinguishing, and it's not as good as they say. And that was the end for me with Harry Pearson and that magazine.
And then everybody that can't hear it makes believe they can hear it because the so-called expert told them they should.
Yeah.
There's a story, I'm not sure if it's true, but I heard that once Larry DeWitt, when he was at ADS, hired a guy, and part of this guy's job was to kind of interface with the high-end magazines. And the guy was kind of hesitant at first. He said, well, I'm not sure I can hear all the things these guys hear. And Larry said, don't worry, they can't either.
Yep.
Funny story. Years ago, I used to live in the Chicago area, and I got invited to the Chicago Audio Society. They wanted to do a comparison test of power cables. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, you better have a stable source of AC power, because if your line source fluctuates, it could, make a difference in what you're trying to listen to. So I brought over one of my Crown macro references, and in bridge mode, it'll swing 120 volts, no problem. And I drove it with my very stable 60 hertz AC signal generator, but I said, let's really put a test in, and I built a little noise injector that would go between the signal generator and the amplifier. I said, well, let's see how this works. And I said, of course you want to do this blind, right? And they all said, oh, no, we want to know what cables we're listening to. And they were cables from a standard $5 IEC cable to a $5,000 power cable. And so we went through the whole test, and they wanted to know what cable it was. And they all, at the end of the test, oh, this $5,000 cable had more slam, better definition, da-da-da-da. And then I told them I never switched to cable. And they almost killed me. But it was a perfect example of listener bias because they wanted to know what was being tested.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like audio almost is more religion than a science to most audiophiles.
Well, it's become that way. The absolute sound did a lot of damage, I think. And and eventually, stereophile kind of turned into the absolute sound. I mean, when it was Larry Archibald bought it, and I remember I was on a trip with him, and he just disagreed with most of the rest of us about everything. But it was clear from talking to him that he wasn't a Gordon Holt kind of guy. He was a Harry Pearson kind of guy. And Gordon was not. Gordon was connected to the earth, It was.
Yeah, he was.
I used to call it audiophiliosis. That was the pathological form of audiophilia. When you were, and I think it's a great thing to compare listening to speakers to tasting wine, because that gets at the status seeking element in being able to hear angels and that aren't there.
What made you decide to start BA?
Well, the same thing happened at Boston Acoustics that had happened at KLH.
I mean, it had
we were making money at Advent in audio, but we were losing our shirts on the television, and that was Henry's obstinance. We wanted to raise the price, and he said, no, I want to find out if this is really a consumer product. And most of the places that were buying the television were places like bars, where they could get customers to come back on Monday night to see a bigger picture of the football game than at home. So the company got to the point where it was on the verge of bankruptcy and needed financial help. And a guy named Peter Sprague came along and put some funding into the company and gained control of the company. And he and Henry got along like water and oil. And so Henry left. And Peter put in a hotshot CEO from National Semiconductor, because Peter had made his money with rescuing National Semiconductor, and had become a big high-flying stock. And he brought in this guy from there, and we were a pretty loose organization. Practically everybody in the office, except for the accounting department. Accounting departments always come in at 7:30 and leave at 4:30, and they don't understand why the rest of the company doesn't work the same hours. And of course, the sales department comes walking in at 10 o'clock, 10:30, because stores don't open until 10 o'clock, so they can't call dealers until stores open, right? But everybody in the office was really gung-ho dedicated to the company. And this new CEO, Pierre Lamond was his name, started leaving notes. And one day I walk into work, and there's a note on my telephone. Andy, please call me when you come in, Pierre. So I go into Pierre's office, and he says, you weren't, I went looking for you this morning. You weren't there. And I said, well, yeah, I'm sorry. I came in late, but I worked until, at Advent, I worked 80-hour days, and that's 80-hour weeks, and that's no joke, because after work, I did all the speaker work. So he would berate me and say, you got to come in, you're a department supervisor, and also you have to be there when blah, 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 blah. And it happened once again. Finally, he called the whole office together, because he was having the problem with the whole office. And he told us an anecdote, and he said, you know, one night I worked till 11 o'clock at night, and I went in the next morning. I was an hour late, and my boss wanted to know Pierre, where were you? I expected you in at 9. You came in at 10. And he said to me, and I said to him, yeah, well, sir, I worked until 11 o'clock last night. And he said to me, well, Pierre, I appreciate the fact that you worked till 11 o'clock last night, but from here on out, I wish you would just work till 10 and would come in on time. You could have heard a pin drop. That night at 5:30, everybody left the office. That was the last time people stayed and worked late. It just destroyed the morale. And of course, I continued to work because I was doing all the, when I say I did the speaker work, Henry picked the drivers, but I ended up doing the networks and the voicing of the speakers. Because the Advent was successful when the smaller Advent came out, he said, here, you do the crossover. And then with the Advent 2, it had 2 tweeters. And the way Henry had designed it, they were side by side. So they were like flashlights. And I spent the whole summer doing cut and try to find a position where they would disperse properly and stuff like that, which I all did after hours because I had a regular job at the company. It's also why I remained single so long. Couldn't possibly date anybody. I was working too many hours. So where was I going with that? Oh, so I was answering your question. Why did I leave Advent? I left just because it wasn't any fun anymore. And I gave notice without any place to go. And one of the vice president of sales, somebody I'd worked, Frank Reed, who I'd worked with at KLH and at Advent, had been fired 30 days before I left because he couldn't meet forecasts. And he called me up and he said, why don't we go into business together? And I said, I don't know, Frank, I want to take at least 30 days off. I need to come down. And I even got a call from Ray Dolby. Ray Dolby said, oh, Andy, I hear you've left Advent. Would you like to come work for me? And anyway, so Frank talked me into doing Boston Acoustics. And Boston Acoustics never, ever attained that sales level after we left. In fact, we were surprised. The main reason that we were surprised at how fast Boston Acoustics destroyed its, I'm sorry, Advent destroyed itself. The reason that I did the A200 was not only the design concept, but I didn't want to bring out a speaker at Boston Acoustics that competed directly against the Advent, because I didn't think it was credible to say to dealers, yesterday the Advent was the best speaker, today ours is better. So I just wanted to start with a totally different approach that didn't compete against Advent. And we started we shipped our first products in the fall of '79. And was it by 81 or 82, Advent was not only bankrupt, they were Chapter 7. So I had to rush to bring out a full line of speakers to replace the Advents, because the dealers they're saying, well, what are we going to do without Advent? They gave us a tremendous opportunity.
Did you get your 30 days?
Pardon?
Did you get your 30 days off between work?
No, he convinced me after 15 days.
So
I never got my total 30 days off.
Andy, you've had a lot of different roles and perspectives at the top, and one of my questions for you is what are some of the lessons learned to make an audio company live for a long time. Longevity for an audio company.
Why did you sell Boston Acoustics?
I sold Boston Acoustics because my entire net worth was tied up in the company, and I didn't want to rely on someone else to work with my money. I didn't know whether they would do well or not do well. If they did well, I hoped they would do well. In fact, I was extremely sad that they destroyed the company as quickly as they did. I mean, when I left, we had just gotten a contract with Chrysler. We were in Chrysler cars and Jeep cars as a branded premium sound system, Boston Acoustics. It was an extremely profitable business. We were making money. We were an extremely profitable audio company. We made over 10% after taxes. And they did one stupid thing after another. The worst thing they did was bring in somebody to replace me who was terrible. He changed the logo as if, you know, the Boston Acoustics logo was, the Boston Acoustics company was so well known that they could change the logo. When I went looking for his first line of products, which people in the company referred to as the Tupperware speaker line, they were plastic speaker enclosures with different colored, multicolored, you know, you could order different colored grills. That was his concept of what audio should be. It was totally antithetical to what the whole company was about, had been about. I went into Circuit City. They sold Circuit City. I went into Circuit City looking for the speakers, and I couldn't find them because I was looking for the Boston Acoustics logo. And then later on, I found out he had changed it to a B. And they lost the Chrysler business. The computer business was going downhill for us. We had been very successful in supplying speakers to Gateway. But anyway, I had taken the company from 0 to $118 million a year, and they didn't think I was worth keeping around. I had an employment contract of 2 years, and immediately I was banned from any of the product meetings. And I would go into work, I had nothing to do. It was awful. And finally, after a year, they said, "We want your office. We'll pay you the second year and you can go."
How many times has it occurred that somebody buys an audio company that's very successful, and essentially they just buy the name thinking the name is going to keep selling itself, and they change the product and change the philosophy, and it's no longer the company, and then they fail?
Alan, it happens
all the time,
everywhere, every place, not just audio. The only guy that acquires companies because he likes the management and wants them to stay in place because he has no interest in managing the companies is Warren Buffett. You look at every company that he has acquired, he's kept the management in place. He owns Jordan Furniture. I don't know if you know that. And he liked it. You know, one of the brothers still is there and runs the company. Every company, he just keeps the current management in place.
Warren Buffett is not in audio.
No, but there's a reason. There's a reason
Right.
that the company is successful.
Well, the problem with audio is that we've all, you know, the only guy that really expanded the business was Bose. We all continued to recycle the same consumers over and over again. And that's what's happening now. And that, you know, as those consumers go away, the business is going to continue to decline.
Well, the way people listen to music has changed so drastically. You know,
Yes.
the
Yeah,
iPod and the
my
iPhone
own
really.
kids, they don't have hi-fi systems at home.
No.
Question switching back to the Advent one and the smaller Advent. I always preferred the sound of the smaller Advent. Did you design that one also, or?
Yeah, I voiced that one. Henry designed the woofer, which was had the same system resonance as the Advent, so it had the same bandwidth. And I did the voicing of it. You have to understand one thing about Henry. He was a visionary, and what turned him on was new things, doing new. He loved challenges. So after a while, he wasn't that interested in doing the same thing over again, and he was happy to transfer the grunt work of doing the crossover network is grunt work if you do it right. It takes a long time, and crossover networks don't do simply separate, do a high pass and a low pass. It's where the equalization of the system occurs. It's how you equalize the drivers that, and that's how the final sound is achieved. And as I've mentioned, all of the there's a recent speaker, I can't remember what it was, and Stereophile, and the company was claiming that it had the first speaker design where there was no crossover whatsoever on the woofer. Well, the KLH-17 that Henry Kloss did in 1975 had no crossover on the woofer because the woofer was flat enough and rolled off naturally that it didn't need a single component on it.
Conoco A25 also.
Is that true of the A25?
Yeah,
Yeah, 100.
it was just a capacitor and a resistor on the tweeter.
Okay.
I encountered a guy once at CES who had a speaker that he claimed adamantly had no crossover whatsoever. It was a two-way speaker.
Well,
and I said, well, how do you keep the tweeter from blowing up then? He said, oh, well, there's a capacitor. Okay.
Andy, did the KLH6 woofer, I thought the KLH6 woofer just rolled off also.
It does roll off, but it does have a 400.
Oh, it is a choke?
Choke. But again, it's just to flatten out the woofer. It has very little effect on the rolling it off. And let's see, what did I do? The A70 that I did didn't have a crossover on the woofer. The A100, the first generation A100, I think, didn't have a crossover on the woofer. It was basically the woofer in the A100, which is a 10-inch two-way, was really derived from the Advent. What I did is I lengthened the voice coil to not only give it more linear excursion, but to add enough inductance that I didn't have to add a separate choke. Whereas the new Advent I had to use a 300 millihenry choke on it.
I really like the A200, and of course, eventually you moved completely away from that type of design. Was that just because people were resistant to the look of it, or the way it had?
I think it was hard for people to give up that much real estate on the wall. So it got us going, but we had to revert to more conventional shapes.
The acoustic research, my favorite speaker, like some others, was AR5. Who designed that?
Roy Allison.
Was that Royce? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree with you, Alvin. That was my favorite AR also.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons is that the woofer efficiency was closer to the mid-range. As I recall, and I've been unable to find the literature, I must have thrown it away or didn't save it or whatever. But the AR3A, the woofer was more efficient than the mid-range was.
They also set the speaker up that way.
Pardon?
Remember, I said, I remember seeing curves. And if you really looked at the curve on the flat setting on the back for the mid-range tweeter, mid-range was set a couple dBs lower than the woofer. The tweeter was set a couple dBs lower than the mid-range. They've even printed that.
Oh, you had to crank them.
You had to put them.
But in the three, but I think in the 3A, even if you cranked up the mid-range all the way, it's still, the woofer was still more efficient. Whereas in the 5, the woofer was about the same efficiency as the mid. That was a nice speaker. Roy, you know, the Consumer Reports did a review. It must have been sometime in the mid-70s when they slammed the Advent. When I say slammed it, it had a very poor rating, and same with the AR speakers. And we, of course, were insulted. And what we did is we equalized a cassette tape to so that when it was played through an Advent, it would have flat power response, which was, of course, what CU said every speaker should have. And then AR's response was to bring out the LST, which was designed to have totally flat power response, and talk about, and it probably did, but talk about drivers all over the place and you know, didn't sound that good. But over time, CU made me a believer. I began believing that, yeah, we attenuated the mid-range too much in the Advent, and the new Advent has a much flatter mid-range than the original Advent. The original Advent had the same woofer. In the original and the, I mean, physically they're different because they use a different basket frame. But the same woofer in the Advent and the new Advent, the original Advent had a 1.5 millihenry choke. I'm sorry, 1.5 millihenry choke, and the new Advent had a 300 millihenry choke. That's how much I flattened the mid-range in the new Advent. And when the sales department heard the new Advent, some of them were musicians, and they said, "Wow, you really, this sounds much better than I'm shocked."
Now they had to go tell dealers, yesterday's speaker was great, but this one is greater.
What do you do?
But you didn't talk about it. You know, as a salesman, you don't talk about yesterday. You talk about.
Right.
No, I learned a lot over the years, and you know, two-way designs. The more the woofer and tweeter are separated, the more lobing you get, because where they're crossing over, you get lobing, and because the tweeter is closer to you, and the signal arrives earlier, the speaker the flattest response tends to lobe down a little bit. That's why it's beneficial on these products to tilt them back, which points the lobe, the flattest lobe at you. So that's when I decided to start moving the drivers a lot closer together. And again, as I mentioned before, when we started using neodymium tweeters, we could get them damn close. And there's no lobing, downward lobing of any consequence in the last designs I did.
I'm looking at an
It took me a
ABM
while
50
to
right
learn all
now,
that.
and it has that kind of squish
Pardon?
together. I'm looking at an ABM 50 right now, and it has that design you talked about. They're right up.
They're right next
together.
to each other. As close as you get them. And we also went to pincushion baskets to get them closer together. So there are a lot of speaker myths. You know, some designers use speakers with speaker cabinets with non-parallel sides, supposedly to kill standing waves. And I thought that's a great idea. And then I sat down with a pencil and paper and started doing calculations. You can't change the dimensions enough to have the standing waves change. In fact, when Advent moved from our initial space to our new space on Albany Street in Cambridge, and we were just building the sound room, I said to Henry, can we build the sound room out of square? And he said, oh, that's a good idea. So we built the sound room out of square. And later on, years later, when I was doing the calculations, I realized he must have been pulling my leg, because you can't make a room out of square significantly to alter the standing waves in it. Just think about it. 20 feet is this wave at what frequency? 20 into 1,000 is 50, 1,155 hertz. So, okay, you make it 21 feet instead of 20 feet. Now you've distributed the standing wave from 55 hertz to maybe 55.5 hertz. Just doesn't work. Making a cabinet more rigid, that's important. That's important. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at a lot of the current loudspeakers, because the ones I see in stereophile are outrageously expensive, except the ones I was mentioning earlier, which I think are reasonably priced, like the CAF and the Genelec and the MoFi. Is that the brand name of Andrew Jones's speakers?
Yes.
They're all reasonably priced, but there are speakers 10, 12, 50, 60, $80,000. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely insanely ridiculous. They should be absolutely perfect, and they're not. They're not. They're not as good as the speakers that I mentioned before.
And
the Wilson Audio, the only thing that I can say positive about Wilson Audio is that at least they send somebody out with the speakers to set them up in your home. And that's worth something, and that's an expense. But otherwise, it's ridiculous.
Oh, I've seen very expensive amplifiers that I think the chassis probably costs more to make than the innards. How it looks is very important. It's like these tone arms, you know. What we learned way back when was that
don't get me started on LPs. The LP.
But even if
I can tell you anecdote after anecdote after anecdote about why LPs are so bad.
Oh yeah, yeah.
One quick one. At KLH, we did a record, music to listen to KLH by, So Victor cut up chose the selections. We sent the tape off to RCA's custom mastering place. They sent back a test lacquer. They'd screwed around with the frequency response. We told them they can't do that. You know, they bumped up the bass and knocked off because what we did is we A/B'd the record against the tape. Same thing. We went through 3 generations before they finally took their hands off of the thing and did it exactly the way it was supposed to be. One of the records that I used a bunch of records. I never released the design until I had spent a lot of time listening to it. And one of the records I used was James Taylor's, the one with the blue cover, Quiet in Rain or something. My memory is going.
Fire
Anyway.
and Rain.
Pardon?
Fire and Rain?
Fire and Rain, yeah. I used that, and I used Chris Christopherson. I used female vocalists. I used choral work. I used all kinds of stuff, all analog stuff. I had 4 different James Taylor records over time. In other words, they sold so many that the stampers had worn down that they had to remaster the record. And one record would have the grooves almost to the label, and another record would have the grooves an inch or more from the label. And all 4 records were totally different the way they were mastered. My favorite example, though, is we had copies of master tapes at KLH through the auspices of Victor and I had a same boss, a guy named Stan Pressman, and Stan was able to get us one-off copies of master tapes. And we used to use them at the hi-fi shows. And the one that really stopped the show, where people would come in the room and they wouldn't leave until the end, was the Cleveland Orchestra of Beethoven's Ninth. We would play the last movement. So I went out and I bought the LP. The LP didn't sound anything like the master tape. When they finally issued it on CD, it sounds exactly the same as the master tape. Another example, I used to use 2 records in demoing the Advent to dealers. One was the Sansom recording the Philadelphia Symphony on Columbia. And the other was a group called the Pentangle.
Oh,
It was a British group.
my favorite group.
It was a British pressing. It was one of the few records I could find that actually had extended high end. So you could demonstrate the difference between one speaker and another. So the dealers went out and bought both records to demonstrate. And one dealer wrote me and said, you know, the record, I can't demonstrate the difference in the high end. I said, you bought the Pentangle record? Yes, we bought the Pentangle record. I said, so I found out that it was the American pressing. So I went out and bought the American pressing. They had not only not cut in all the high end, they had reversed the channels. They had gotten a copy of the master tape, apparently. I think it was on Capitol who was it?
Warner Brothers. I know the story.
Warner Brothers. Okay, it was Warner Brothers. They had gotten a copy of the master tape, and in their sloppiness, they had reversed the channels on the record. Not only was it a lousy pressing, they had reversed the channels. And it got to the point where the very few people who could actually cut a good disc became rock stars. Peter Bartok, Bela Bartok's son, was one. And I can't remember the name of the other guy. And if they cut the record, you knew it was a good record, but to rely on other people to do it, it was just sloppiness.
Just a story about the Pentangle. It was my favorite group, and it was the first non-classical album reviewed in stereophile. And Gordon said, it's a really good recording. And I went out and bought it, and I didn't know how much you could mess up a recording in those days. And I met a friend who lived 2 blocks from me, and he had the British recording and the American recording. Oh, and by the way, everybody wrote to Gordon and said, it's a lousy recording.
Right. Right.
And my friend had both recordings. I listened to it. I couldn't believe that you could ruin a recording.
Yeah. Listen, I bought all of the Capitol recordings of the Beatles. And then the Beatles came out with a limited edition box. I still have it on Parlophone. I couldn't believe how good the British recordings of the Beatles are. They're totally different. They're real hi-fi. And the Capitol recordings are not. They're pleasant, they're fun, we all know the music, but they're not hi-fi. So then the who was it? Telarc? Not Telarc. There was a German company that started making really good records. There was Connoisseur Society that cut a bunch of records at 45 RPM that were really good. But man, you had to search to find. Everybody said the weakest link in the audio chain is the speaker. Man, it was not the speaker, it was the records. It was the records.
I remember years ago, Bob Ludwig, the mastering engineer, said that.
That's the guy. That was the other guy.
And he said you should always try to get a record from the original pressing, because he said that's the only time that all the people who actually cared about how it sounded will be involved. After that, they'll just do whatever. And I've had that same experience as you recounted. I had a record, it was a Joan Baez record that I'd had for years, and something happened to it. So I bought a replacement, and it didn't sound as good. It was different. And that was the first time I'd ever encountered that. It was strange.
Vanguard was very kind, and they had Joan Baez. They made Joan Baez's recordings. They were very conscientious about their pressings.
They were owned by 2 brothers who gave a damn about their company.
Yeah, the Solomon brothers. That's one of the reasons we were able to get them, because Stan was a close friend of the Solomon brothers.
And remember the controversy when RCA improved their records and brought out Dynagroup?
Let me remind people here, since Andy won't go into it, is that he is quite a capable amateur recordist himself. And he and Tom Holman made an extraordinary set of recordings, Advent cassettes, initially, of local Boston classical artists, Handel and Haydn Society, pianist Russell Sherman, and others. And they still are extraordinary. And Tom Holman is trying to resurrect some of them. And I've sent him, there were some LPs made from a few of those master tapes. And then the master tapes got lost and the LP company ran off into the night. But Tom Holman and with my kibitzing are trying to bring back and digitize some of Andy and Tom's work. Anyway, just an FYI. So when he talks about, mic placement and hall properties and classical recording, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, Tom did the Messiah recordings, and I did the Russell Sherman Liszt Transcendental etudes, and
Some
I
other,
also did some recordings of the Boston Camerata.
yes.
Uh,
And some Beethoven sonatas too.
yeah, and the other group, the John Harbison
Cantata singers.
Cantata singers.
Now that's an interesting story. The cantata singers, they performed at Emmanuel Church on Newbury Street every Sunday, and we made a recording of 3 cantatas. And when I did the test recordings to get mic levels and all that kind of stuff, and I played it back for John Harbison, who was the conductor at that time, who's now a rather famous composer. He said, well, that'll win the Grand Prix de Disque. He said, but I don't want it recorded that way. I said, what do you mean you don't want to record it that way? He said, if it's recorded that way, it'll sound too good and people won't go to concerts. So he made me move the microphones back.
Oh, man.
So they were recorded partially in the far field, and they sound like it. They sound muddy, but it's because he forced me to move the mics back.
How significant was the
Singers, on the
cassette
other
deck
hand,
business for
those recordings are really good, and we did those, believe it or not, we did them at the Museum of Fine Arts after hours. And there was one recording where Joel Cohen, who was the conductor, wanted to replicate the sound of a cathedral. So the big circular stairway in the back of it's hard to know which is the back and the front of the Museum of Science. I mean, the Museum of Fine Arts these days, but they have that big circular stone stairway, and we recorded it there, and it had beautiful reverberation. It was a brilliant idea of his to record it there.
Isn't it?
How significant was the cassette deck business for Advent?
It was significant. It was significant. We sold a lot of 201s, and we had the classical business. I remember Stan called Columbia to see if we could get the rights to do the Saint-Saëns recording, the Saint-Saëns symphony or organ symphony. And he asked them how many copies they had sold, and they said 30,000, which is a tiny number. And they said that was one of their best-selling classical titles.
Isn't it interesting that among what I think are the better reviewers, like Gordon Holt and John Atkinson, that both of them did live recordings?
Mm-hmm. Although John made some strange comments about recording in a recent issue that I didn't agree with. I don't know. Anyway. Doing live recordings was eye-opening because someone I talked to who did live recordings told me you should use cardioid mics. So I tried cardioid mics, and they didn't sound at all good. And I found that omnis were the way to go.
Not sure what Gordon used. I used to go along with him for a few recordings back in the 70s. But I don't know what mics he used.
Yeah, he was a very nice man.
He was a real mensch.
Yeah. He reviewed the Advent too, but he wouldn't review it without knowing the price. So he knew so he had, whatever price bias that gave him, it had to influence the review a little bit. I'll tell you an interesting Gordon Holt story though. We made an outboard Dolby device called the A100, which could be used with any tape deck. And I sent Gordon a unit for review. And of course, in those days, he was publishing every once in a while. And then we brought out the A100A, an improved version. And I said to Gordon, I said, I know you haven't written the review. I just want you to know we have an improved version that I'd like to send you. And he said, well, I said, so what do you think of the unit so far? And he said, well, he said, there's something about it that just doesn't strike me right. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, he said, there's just something not right about it. I said, well, Gordon, you know, there's the A/B switch on it. You can switch it out and just totally bypass it and switch it. He said, I've A/B'd it and I can't hear any difference when I A/B it. It's just when I listen long term, there's something about it that I don't like. So I said, well, Gordon, I think you'll like the new one because we've lowered the distortion. But I was impressed that he could pick up on that.
Did the review get printed? Because sometimes.
Yeah, I think he reviewed the upgraded version. We didn't make many of the first version.
I got a set of speakers from him because he hadn't reviewed them and the manufacturer didn't want them back because they were way out of production. Which
Yeah.
was a sporadic issuing of the magazines in those days.
That's one thing that Larry did. Larry Archibald made them regular.
He saved the magazine. It was gone.
Yeah. So do you live in Pennsylvania?
I live in New Jersey near New Brunswick, but I used to live in Philadelphia when Gordon lived outside of Philadelphia. And I got to know him through Bud Freed.
Ah, okay.
Character.
All right. Well, we've covered a number of things. A little bit of ancient history. I think that today we kind of lose the significance of the AR1, but the AR1 was really an incredible product, incredible for the industry because it was the first product where everything was integrated. You know, when I was first learning about components, I was memorizing the Allied and Lafayette catalogs, and there were the pages on the crossover networks and the woofers and the tweeters and the mid-ranges, and you know, you bought a woofer and then you bought a tweeter and then you bought a mid-range and you bought a crossover, and supposedly it all worked together, and here's a speaker that the cabinet was part of, and then you built the cabinet for all this stuff. And here was a speaker where the cabinet was part of the speaker. That was not, they were inseparable. And it was small. And it had incredible bass response. And Julian Hirsch's first notoriety is when he measured the distortion of the AR1 against a bunch of speakers that were extant at that time and how much lower the distortion was. And Ed Vilcher did an incredible job of establishing the credibility of the product, because when you looked at it, you thought, no way that thing could have any bass. And Ed was a sometime contributor to Audio Magazine, so he used that as a pulpit for writing about the speaker, and he succeeded in convincing the buying public. And when you think about it, had that not happened, stereo may not have become as big a business, because people weren't going to be able to do all that other stuff and end up with big speakers, not two big speakers. Maybe some of early adopters were fine with one big speaker in a room, but to double it up, man, that was that was not a commercial product.
Vulture always said that Henry had called existing technology walk-in closet size speakers.
Henry's the guy that really forced him to do it. Henry, when Ed showed him the product,
Yep.
and Henry wanted to make it, wanted to, let's go into business. And Ed said, no, I'm not interested in business. I would just want to do research. I'm very happy here in Woodstock. I just want to continue to piddle with what I'm doing. And he tried to sell, well, it's famous. It's in your interview, and it's appeared elsewhere too, that Ed tried to sell it to existing speaker companies, and none of them were interested. So he finally relented, and
the rest
Henry
is
had
history.
rented some space, I guess, on Mount Auburn Street. I don't know where on Mount Auburn, but anyway, he.
At one point, it was on Cross Street, not far from Audio Lab, but I don't know where Henry's shop moved around.
No, Cross Street isn't near Audio Lab. Cross Street's behind the Necco Candy Factory.
Right.
Yeah, I've got the wrong street,
I
but
think it was Mount Auburn.
Yeah, it was
He
Mount
had a
Auburn.
loft on Mount Auburn.
I
Could
think
you
you're right, yeah.
talk about acoustic suspension? Because people don't realize how important it was, nor do they understand how it works. Because every reviewer I see now, if there's not a port there, they say, oh, this is acoustic suspension, and most of the time it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
People don't know the difference between a closed box and the subset of acoustic suspension.
Oh, and another thing is one of the things that was Henry was really exciting to work with, and he was always coming up with interesting stuff. And he, after he finished the Model 6, he said, you know, if I could design the amplifier to go with the speaker, I can make a speaker that sounds as good as the Model 6 that's much smaller. And that was kind of the genesis of the Model 8 radio, the KLH Model 8 radio, where he designed the amp and the speaker together. And then followed through on that on the various three-piece music systems. The KLH 20 was a three-way music system that had a turntable, radio, a tuner, and came with a pair of speakers that were exactly the same as the KLH 17s, except they were 4-ohm, which Henry did on purpose because he took advantage of mating it with the amplifier to get a little more bass out of it, a little more bass extension.
I had a KLH 15, I think it was called.
Mm-hmm.
But and I had put shelves up in the corner of my room in the south end of Boston, and sounded wonderful. Those were I had once I was trying to phase all my speakers in my apartment in Philadelphia when I was an intern, and I realized that I was getting more bass when I wired the smaller advents out of phase than when I wired them in phase. And it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I fell asleep, and I dreamt that the laws of physics were being rejected, and from now on, here was going to be there, and there was going to be here. So it definitely had a profound effect. I loved the smaller advents were wonderful, wonderful friends, speakers, because they could go anywhere and sound wonderful. It's wonderful to see you, Andy. Life,
Great to see you, Dick.
yeah, it's amazing.
You too, Alan.
Yeah, Andy, it's been a long time.
It has.
Yeah. Yeah, I can remember doing it. We did a recording, I think, at one point up at BU together. I had just gotten new Sony C37s. And you brought in, I think you brought in the cassette deck to record on, or maybe it was, yeah, I think it was the cassette deck, but I'm not sure. But you were with somebody else, and it was a fun time. And obviously, the days at Audio Lab were were quite a trip. Audio Lab was lots of fun.
You remember the
And
commercial for Audio Lab?
oh, which one? There were
One,
tons that Dan Boynton
The one
had
where
put
you can't
together,
find it?
posters and
yeah,
everything
you can't
else.
find it. You'll never find it
You'll
alone.
never find it.
Yeah.
You know, I somewhere I remember in my bedroom before I moved out of home, I had one of the posters that he had done that they had done for Audio Lab, which had a generally nude woman on them, surrounded by rocks all over the place and gems and everything else. And it was different for sure. But my first experience with real audio was I wound up going. My mom went into Cambridge one day. We lived up in Lowell. We went into Cambridge. I was looking for the AR music room. I found it by accident. And then somehow I managed to stumble into Audio Lab. And at the time, Dan had set up the system with Marantz stuff, all tubes, and a couple of KLH9s in the back of the store
Yeah,
behind
that's
the
where we
curtain.
had it. Was in the back of the store.
Yeah, and I got so excited, I ran out of the store, ran to find my mom, and dragged her, and she was a concert pianist. And I dragged her in, and without even announcing, we whipped open the curtain in the back and walked into listen to this area. And Dan's wife was busy soaking her feet in the back part of the room because I believe they lived in the same building at the time. It, and she was a little nonplussed at the time, but it was just a very strange experience. But my mom was impressed. We didn't buy KLH9s. I did eventually, and I traded them up for Advents, as I recall. I bought, what was it? I got 4 of them and set up a Dynaco surround system, which was very impressive when you recorded with crossed cardioids. And it created the Dynaquad system worked very well with cross cardioids. And yeah, you talk about recordings. I've learned an awful lot doing a lot of recordings.
We had they were in the back room, and we had a curtain that we could put, so we closed off so you couldn't see. And the way people would come in interested in buying a system, and instead of asking them how much you want to spend, I would take them in the back room and I would play something on the KLH-11. I had the speakers sitting in front of the 9s on their backs facing up. I would play something on that, and then I would play the same thing on the 9s, on the KLH-9 system. And I'd show them that they sounded similar. And then I said, the first system you heard is $200, and the second system you heard is $2,000. And most people would say, well, I think we're interested in something in between. But some people would buy the Model 11 right then and there, and that would satisfy their needs. But here's an interesting sidebar. Arthur Jansen told me that one of the things that limited the volume capability of the KLH-9s was that the input transformers were saturated by turntable rumble. You know, if the turntable had any kind of low, what's the proper term, infrasonic?
Yep. No phono preamps had infrasonic filtering then.
Right. And
terrible.
And the power amps, of course, you know, went very low. And he said if there were some way, you know, like if you could play a tape, you could play a lot louder. So we were not an AR dealer, and the AR turntable came out, and we didn't really have any. But one day I took one in trade, and shortly thereafter, we sold our last TD-124 right off the floor because somebody wanted it right away. So I put the AR turntable in there. And lo and behold, the nines played louder. It was so obvious. That was a terrific turntable. And we never were able to sell it because we were not AR dealers.
For $66.
Pardon?
For $66 in those days.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a great turntable. The only thing that was imperfect about it is that the pivot in the back of the tone arm was not in the same plane as the offset head shell. So theoretically, on a warp record, the needle would be, doing this, but small problem. I think they fixed that on the redo turntable that they brought out many years later.
But he taught us how to design from scratch on that turntable, according to the story on the DVD interview with him. I think.
Yeah, well, a lot of it was mechanical common sense about how he set the resonance of the springs. I think his choice of viscous stamping the arm probably did help. I always wondered whether it hindered on a warp, but his argument was that it was such a small movement that it lubricated the movement up and down.
It was bad on a warp. And if you took it out, sometimes it would track a record. There was a little pin you could pull out, and it would track a record that sometimes had problems better with that out the damage.
Okay. So I was right to be concerned about that. But other than that, it was, and he had to have the first version, he had to have a separate motor.
Yep.
To get the turntable to turn in the right direction.
Or your hand.
Interesting.
The same motor that Weathers made a turntable that also had the same acoustic isolation. It's a great turntable and it was very cheap. And it was really cleverly made. The main problem with it is that it wouldn't accept a lot of different cartridges. The tone arm really was designed for his FM cartridge. And it didn't work that well with other cartridges. But his tone arm, he had the whole thing, the tone arm, the cartridge, the tone arm and the turntable, just beautifully balanced. He was a clever guy.
Gordon worked for him before he started Stereophile.
Oh, did he?
That's how he got the initial mailing list, was the mailing list from Weathers.
Ah.
And before that, he worked for High Fidelity and left them because they didn't like his, in quotes, subjective reviews, where he said it measured well, it didn't sound good.
Right. He and Roy both worked for High Fidelity.
Oh, so you knew him?
I was at High Fidelity long after they were gone, but I met Gordon, and of course I knew Roy from my time in Boston, and he was a fine gentleman. I'm sorry he's gone.
Mm. Yeah.
It's interesting
but so was Roy. So was Roy. Roy was.
I was talking about Roy.
I think consumers would be surprised how much speaker designers talk to each other. It's because we had no one else to talk about the stuff that we ran into.
Yeah, when I go back to my old days in Boston, Roy was a gentleman's gentleman, just like Bill Busick over at GBH. Bill Busick was just an incredible person too. It was amazing.
He could have been more commercially successful. I told him what he would demonstrate at the dealer at the CES. He would demonstrate the difference that the woofer placement made by having one woofer in a box that faced forward conventionally and the other down at the floor wall juncture, and could demonstrate that it sounded different. And I suggested to him that they force dealers to take that demo and if they were going to take the line on, but they never did that. And instead, dealers would say things like, I mean, I was in a store once and the customer came in asking about Allison. He said, well, they're pretty good speakers, but you have to put them back against the wall. Well, where the hell do people put speakers? Back against the wall. But it became a negative. So he didn't get the shake he should have gotten.
And I remember CES shows, you'd walk in his room and he'd be playing real music and everybody else was playing hard rock too loud.
Yeah.
He was an oasis.
That hasn't changed much, I understand.
Oh, no, exactly the same.
He helped me in the beginning when before I had a magnetizer. I had all the parts to make some woofers, but I didn't have a magnetizer, and he let me use his magnetizer. And then later on, when he got into some production problems, we made some woofers for him. We made woofers for him and for Snell.
I still really remember and was very embarrassed and very upset, and Roy was too. We were doing at the old Sylvania plant across the water in Waltham. We were doing, I think it was a combo BAS AES meeting, and we were demoing the recordings we'd made at Symphony Hall with the Boston Philharmonic doing the Mahler Second. It was one of the early, I think it was one of the early Ben Zander recordings. And in the process of setting up, we were using Roy's speakers. I dropped the tape against the heads to try and find a specific starting point, and the amps were all hooked in. Everything was feeding the speakers, and it literally barbecued all the tweeters in the system.
Oh my goodness.
And Roy took a deep breath and didn't say anything. He just immediately, either he did or he sent one of his fellows down to the factory. Then they brought up a whole bunch of new tweeters and installed them into the tweeters. He never ever complained to me. He never ever griped to me about it. And I was the guy that caused him a great deal of pain during that session. But I remember Ben Zander saying, rather, as he listened, because we had done this, oh God, there were, I think, 8 or 10 people doing the recording in Symphony Hall, because they had paid the price to have recordings done, and we had mics all over the place, and along with a number of other people doing recordings. And Zander was like, I never realized how different it can sound depending upon how the recording was made. And it was true, of course, because we got lucky and managed to be able to drop through the old Kusavitsky hole, because I knew Bill Busick at the time and he allowed us to do that. But unfortunately, the mic we dropped through had been recently reconnected with cables, but they didn't check to make sure it was functional. The cable was wired wrong. But we did have 2 side omnis, but there were a bunch of other folks that had mics further out in the hall, had mics on the floor. That was also, I forget the fellow who was one of the people that was there, had just introduced like a very, very, very high-end tape recorder. It was like a 30 or 60 IPS machine or something. And he was there, and there were tape recorders all over the place. But it was an interesting session. But the playback of it, I always was very appreciative and very embarrassed that I'd caused Roy so much pain.
Another interesting anecdote. There was a guy that worked at Advent who was actually running the tape duplicating room. And he was also spending time at Symphony Hall. I think he was working with the GBH people that were recording the concerts. And Colin Davis was coming to conduct, I can't remember the work. It may have been a piece by Berlioz, which had you know, an enormous orchestra and a chorus, and there was also a boys choir that was programmed for the piece, but they didn't have space on the stage. They just had run out of space. So this guy's name is John Newton. Said, "Oh, that's easy. We can set up a microphone and put some speakers up in the pipes, and they can sing off stage and come in." So he apparently sold Colin Davis on this, and he came back to work and he said, "I need to borrow a pair of speakers." I said, "For Symphony Hall." I said, "Oh, what are you doing with them?" He said, "Well," and then he explained the whole thing to me, and I said, "John, there's no way that one pair of speakers is going to be loud enough in Symphony Hall. I mean, these are not public address speakers. These are inefficient home speakers." So he started panicking, and I think I don't know if Al Foster is still with us, but I think we borrowed a Phase Linear 700 from Al, and we put up like 8 or 10 speakers up in the pipes, and they were rehearsing, and they get to this fortissimo passage, and the boys choir is supposed to come in, and all that Davis hears is the screech, and he stops and he says, "What was that?" Obviously, it was a totally failed experiment. And then John went on to become a world famous recording engineer. He's just recently retired. But what a wacky idea that was. I wasn't there, but I can imagine Davis hearing the shriek from the boys' choir and saying, "What the heck was that?"
I do have a Henry Kloss Gordon Holt anecdote that actually got published in the 60s. Gordon tested the KLH-12, liked it a lot, but said it's a bit colored. And Henry thought that was totally wrong. And in the next issue, Gordon writes, "I moved my seat in Symphony Hall in Philadelphia, and damned if the new seat didn't sound exactly like the KLH-12.
I never heard of that story.
He published it.
That could have happened. Although Henry wasn't that sensitive about the stuff he made.
Well, he probably didn't push it. He just told Gordon he thought he was, off a bit.
Yeah.
And Gordon being Gordon, he would put his foot in his mouth and pull it out and say, "So what? Onward." Unlike many other reviewers who blame everybody else or claim it never happened.
Well, I always thought that the difference between the balance that Roy Allison liked and the balance that I liked, that I thought was more realistic, was based on where we sat in Symphony Hall. He sat on the floor, which when the 1 or 2 times I sat on the floor seemed a lot better to me than the first balcony, which is where I preferred to sit. And I suspect that really had an influence on what he considered was the right mid and high end balance.
I also
But
like
eventually he came around and sold in with the rest of us for full power, flat power rather. He used to set up his
I think you're right, Andy.
Yeah, he used to set up his 1/8-inch microphone and just design until it looked flat. In the far field, by the way.
You know, there's a
There were some gems among the competitors. Ray Cook was a great guy. Laurie Fincham at CAF is a great guy.
Bud Freed used to talk about him in awe, and Bud didn't talk about many people in awe.
Who, Laurie? You talk about Laurie or Joe or Ray?
No, Raymond Cook.
Raymond Cook, yeah. But I don't think Ray actually did much of the design work. I think he was managing director, which in our country would be called CEO.
He was the business guy, yeah. He did.
Yeah, he was the business guy.
design
He was a
anything.
very, very, very nice man.
He was a nice man, yeah, it's true.
Showed him our factory and everything. You know, we were I was very big into process control because I saw what had happened at both KLH and at the beginning of Advent. And so I made sure that things got checked along the way. And at Advent, we ended up setting up a way of testing every final speaker against the prototype. And the way we did it with what was available at that time is that we took our frequency balance control and set it up in 6 bands. One band was centered around the bass, the mid-range, the third band at the top end, the crossover region at the top end of the woofer, and then 3 bands in the tweeter, and use pink noise. And we had meters that, I mean, this is pretty crude, but it worked. And the thing that I really was proud of is when the new Advent came out, we did this on every speaker, but when the new Advent came out and there were fresh reviews and people were actually measuring speakers, I think I showed you that one review from Floyd Tools operation up in Canada of the new Advent, but there was a review in Europe from Stereo Play in Italy. Curves look almost identical. And both speakers, the one done in Canada, the speaker tested in Canada and the speaker tested in Italy, were production speakers. I didn't select them because they were both submitted by our distributors. They just took them out of stock. So it made me feel really good that our production testing was working and that both speakers looked identical. And then at BA, we went to the next step, and a few years in, we had a very sophisticated, very fast final assembly test, and we were able to test every speaker within plus or minus 1 dB of the reference. And I'm saying we did that on the A40, which, what was that? It was a $75 loudspeaker, as well as the most expensive. So every A40 went out, tested exactly as rigorously as the most expensive thing that we made. And to achieve that, we semi-automated and then finally automated, where you know, it's nice to have handmade products, but people have to hand make them when you're small. You can't afford anything other than hand making. But one problem with hand making products, if you start making a lot, is people are dispensing glue usually from a squeeze bottle. And it's just human nature. A little bit of glue is good. More glue is better. And you end up changing the mass of the moving mass of things. So when we automated, we didn't eliminate any people. We just made it much easier for them to do every operation. Most of the gluing itself was done by machines, and they, you know, we tripled or quadrupled the throughput with the same number of people, and they were more rested at the end of the day. They didn't have to work as hard. It was beautiful. we were also really, I was really proud of the fact that we kept our, we had, let's see, we would have been in business. I retired in 05 and about 25 years, 25 or 26 years. And I remember we had a 20th anniversary party for all the employees. And I had one woman walk up to me and she said, Andy, I remember when you came to work for the company, she told me. She'd been there that long. She was convinced she was there before I was. And I thought that was great. We started in East Boston. And then when we had to expand, the only place we found that was suitable was in Peabody. So we didn't want to lose any of the employees. So we bused them from East Boston to Peabody. And we had a bonus system that encouraged people to stay. And over time, there were school buses. The school buses would pick up the employees before they had to pick up the kids, bring them to Peabody, go back to East Boston, pick up the school kids. And that worked out well and at the end of the day, they would do the opposite. And it worked out well for the employees because they were usually home when the kids got home from school. And we did it for a long time. And then one by one, somebody would buy a car and start carpooling some of the other employees. And finally, they all became self-sufficient.
Yeah, you had a lot of different speaker models over the years at BA.
Too many. I went too many. I can't even remember them all, Michael.
But I just wondered, is there one that
mistake I would like to correct? There's several that I would like to correct, but that was a big one. The thing is that dealers want something new. For consumer, everything is new, right? You walk in the store, you've never seen any of this stuff. So it's new. But for a consumer, for a dealer, they get tired of selling the same stuff. So they want something new. And so you change the cabinet design. And
is there one that was a particular favorite of yours?
Speaker?
Yeah.
Well, I love the VRM60. I have a lot of favorites. I think the A100 was the best two-way I ever did. I think I could do a better two-way now with the if I could move the tweeter even closer to the woofer. Did I say three-way or two-way?
Two-way.
Two-way, 10-inch two-way.
What do you listen to?
The A40 was a really exciting product to do because I was trying to figure out a way we could make inflation was, the KLH 17 was, I think, $80 and was a hell of a lot of speaker for $80. It had a walnut veneered cabinet, had a 9-inch woofer and a tweeter, very good speaker and big. And then there was the AR4, which was about $70 or $75. I can't remember exactly. But with inflation, it was getting increasingly difficult to make anything in that price range. And I was trying to think, how can we make something below $100 that's really good? And I discovered this tweeter that Audex was making, which had this tiny diaphragm. So it had fantastic dispersion. and designed a 6.5-inch woofer to go with it. And the system really came together very well. And I remember when Dick Heiser reviewed it, and he did all his stuff with the time arrival and the this and the that and the other thing and all the measurements he did. And then in the end of the review, he said, "This is an incredible bargain." And I was really proud of that speaker. You know, it's easy to design a speaker when you have cost no object. And in fact, speakers aren't that expensive, but it's really challenging to make a good speaker at a reasonable price. And that's what always pleased Henry, and it's always what pleased me about the business. I was less excited about our expensive speakers than I was about our inexpensive speakers.
What do you listen to at home now?
I listen to the VRM 60s.
When did you start making your own tweeters, and was that done for cost reasons or performance reasons?
When I was designing I needed a tweeter, and I wasn't prepared to make a tweeter. And I discovered the CS tweeter, and I think nobody else at that time was using the tweeter from CS. So we used that tweeter, but we had field failures, and I got them to. They had never worked with ferrofluid, and I insisted that the tweeter have ferrofluid, so they made it with ferrofluid. Then we started getting failures on the lead-out wires from the voice coil, and I got them to start using some tinsel wire, but I could never get them to use high-temperature insulation on the voice coil, because they did what most speaker companies do. They would just plunge the voice coil leads, the lead out wires, into a solder bath to burn off the insulation, and then it's easy to solder to. Whereas with high temperature insulation, you have to abrade the insulation off. You can't melt it off. So one thing after another, they weren't prepared to do. They weren't ready to do it. And I said, this is crazy. We got to do our own tweeter. So we set about to design our own tweeter. We used the same diaphragm. We bought the same diaphragm from Mueller that they were using. And we put in all the improvements that we wanted. And I think the first tweeters we made in-house were around the third year, like 83. And then from there, we went to the next improvement up was to go to a slight horn loading of the tweeter to increase the efficiency. Not that the tweeter we had was efficient enough, but hey, if you can get a little more out, it works a little less hard. And then we started doing the tweeter with the patented tweeter with the resonant. We had to do that because the guys wanted a metal dome tweeter, and metal dome tweeter, aluminum dome, was fine, except it resonated, had a big peak at like 22 or 23 hertz, 22 or 23 kilohertz. So we designed a resonator to absorb that energy that flattened it out. And then we had a really, really great transducer engineer join the company, and he did some more tweaks on the tweeters. You know, we were the only public company in the speaker business that didn't have, that wasn't forced to carry a warranty reserve. The account, if you have a warranty expense high enough that it has a financial impact on your operation, you have to carry, the accountants force you to carry a reserve on your books. We had such a low failure rate on our speakers that we never had to carry a warranty reserve. And when we built the final factory, the one which was our fourth place, we designed the factory from ground up. We built a blockhouse for power testing drivers so that it wouldn't disturb anybody, including in the neighborhood. And we would test tweeters and woofers, tweeters, whatever, night and day. And I remember when we first started using the neodymium magnet assemblies, I was concerned about, they were wonderful, and the magnets were even stronger, and we got even more output. They were more efficient than with the ceramic magnets. But the magnet structure was so small, I was afraid that it didn't have enough heat sinking. So sure enough, we tested like a week, and the ferrofluid actually evaporated. There was just metal filings left in the gap, but the things still worked. They still worked. So I said, let's put a heat sink on the back of the magnet assembly, and I patented it. And I should have enforced that patent. I would be a rich man if I enforced that patent.
You know, scam. Right.
It just seemed so common sense to me. It's something I picked up from Henry. Henry never bothered to patent anything, and except his last video tube, he did patent. So I patented it, and I didn't do anything about enforcing it, but it worked. It worked.
Right. Right.
So, any questions?
We're halfway through hour 4, and this could probably go on. But
One
I'm
thing you
just
should know, one thing you should know is the most expensive thing in a speaker is the cabinet. It is far and away the most expensive component in a loudspeaker. The difference in costs and drivers is pretty small. I mean, you can make a basket out of stamped metal, which is the least expensive. You can die cast baskets, which are more expensive. And if you're talking about making speakers like we were at the low prices we were making them, we tended toward stamped metal baskets. But once you get up, in those days, a few $100s, there wasn't much difference in cost between die cast and I mean, you're paying so much more on the cabinet that the difference between die cast and stamp was not that big. So we went to die cast in the higher end stuff. Magnets are magnets, voice coils are voice coils. Although there are differences, as I described, in high temperature insulation and lead out wires and stuff like that, which we tested and continually improved over time. And the thing that makes the most difference are the diaphragms. What you choose to use for the diaphragm. And I was surprised that not many people went the route that Henry taught me to go, with the very well damped diaphragms.
Why don't you write a book about it, Henry? You'd probably have a lot of knowledge there are a few people in the business that would just give their eye teeth for.
Well, yeah, I've often thought about it, but I'm not, guys that write papers, they always have all the math in it, and I'm not into that.
Just horse sense works pretty well too if people pay attention to it.
Dan von Recklinghausen, who worked at H.H. Scott and then worked at KLH long after I was gone there. He did some clever things at KLH. He pointed out to me that in a ceramic magnet structure, the center of the magnetic field is not the geometric center of the voice coil. In other words, the magnetic center is not what you would expect, which would be between the top plate and the pole piece. It's actually higher. And he was right, because we tried it, and he was absolutely right. So we offset all of our drivers to be in the magnetic center, which meant offsetting them slightly, the voice coil slightly. And, it's the kind of thing that contributes to consistency, because you're always going to get tiny variations. You might get a 64th of an inch in the centering of your voice coil up or down. So you definitely want to be in the magnetic center. And you want to control things like the mass of the drivers. And that was one thing I learned at Advent, because Henry gave me carte blanche to put in process controls. So at Advent, every Monday morning, I had a guy go down to production and randomly choose 12 woofers and 12 tweeters and curve them. And when we saw variations, then we would figure out what was causing the variation. And usually it was that the cones came in too heavy. They came in out of spec. So then we put in inspections of the cones. You can't test every one of them, but statistically, you can do a bunch and get accurate assessment of where they are. So 10% high costs you 10% overweight costs you a dB in output. It was that simple, at least in the Advent woofer. It must be one of my that can't be my grandkids.
No, it's got to be a cat.
Yes,
Okay.
it's my cat. It's David Cruz's cat.
Yeah, come on, guy.
David, if you can mute, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to work this thing anyway.
Usually in the lower left-hand corner, there's a
Oh,
microphone.
audio. Okay.
Yeah, just mute yourself, please.
You got it. Got it.
Oh, we can do another 4 hours.
Has it been that long? All right. Okay.
5:40.
Okay. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Where are you located, Andy, these days?
I live in a town called Marion, which is down on Buzzards Bay. Most people don't know Buzzards Bay, but basically Buzzards Bay is, if this is the Cape, let's see, from your vantage point, yeah, this is the Cape. In the armpit is Buzzards Bay.
Yeah, I know of it because I live over in Portsmouth, Rhode Island.
Okay, and
These days.
Buzzards Bay goes down and it exits right near Newport. And there's a string of islands south of Woods Hole called the Elizabeth Islands. And it's a beautiful sailing town. It's right, a lot of water around. It's a nice place. We used to summer here, and after I retired, we moved here full time.
It's a nice harbor, but it's rather full now.
Yeah. You know? Who knows?
Don't talk to me about full. The folk festival's going on here in Newport this weekend.
Ah.
It's good to see you again, Andy, after all these years.
Good to see you guys. Good to see you, Michael.
Great to see you,
Be
Andy.
well.
Alan? Is Al still with us or did he leave?
He's right there.
Waving furiously.
Yes, thank you very much, Andy.
You're welcome.
Exciting as I thought it would be.
Fascinating.
It was great.
Okay, guys.
Bye-bye.
Great to see you. Great to talk audio with people that are interested.
Thank you, Andy, very much.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
thank you so much, Andy,
Thanks.
for everything.